game tonight. A lot of good choices.
Yeah, a lot of good choices. A complete total team win, but I'm going to go with the 7-hitter, Alana Leach. She got the bases clearing double for three RBIs and then came back in the fourth and gave them that go-ahead RBI that was allowing them to end the game early. So 4 RBIs she finishes with, 2 for 3, and Alana Leach is the player of the game.
Yeah, I think a lot of us were surprised to see her name in the starting lineup, but she delivered in a big way. That 3-run double, a huge part of that 7-run first inning. So Tennessee gets a chance to play on. They'll play either Texas Tech or UCLA. That game is coming up tomorrow. Meanwhile, we've got another game coming up here tonight. Another elimination game, Ole Miss and Oregon. And similar to our first game, Leah, and Ole Miss, who had a tough loss against Nyjah Kennedy, losing 1-0, an Oregon team that really got punched in the gut, getting walked off by UCLA. What do you see in our next game coming up?
Yeah, I think after you face Nyjah Kennedy, if you're Ole Miss, you think, okay, any other pitcher is not going to be as tough. And I think if you're Oregon, you really got to get back to, hey, we got speed, but we got to get them on base if we want to try to win a ball game.
All right, you got a few minutes to take a break and then get ready for more softball here tonight in Oklahoma City. We'll wrap things up when we return from the Westwood One NCAA Radio Network. This is the Women's College World Series.
On the battlefield, there's a saying America's military men and women live by. Never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Off the battlefield, Wounded Warrior Project operates with the same goal. We leave no warrior behind. Wounded Warrior Project is a non-profit organization created to help our men and women returning home with the scars of war. Whether those scars are physical or mental, we're here to make sure that they heal. And whether it's helping those with post-traumatic stress disorder live a normal life again, or giving much-needed support to injured warriors in veterans' hospitals, because no one deserves our help more than the men and women who risk their lives to keep us safe. Wounded Warrior Project. We never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Learn more about what we do at woundedwarriorproject.org.
Because of you, I found the resources I needed.
Because of you, I found the right doctor.
Because of you, I'm not alone.
These are words we cherish at the Sarcoma Alliance. Each year, thousands of Americans of all ages are diagnosed with sarcoma, the rare 1% of all cancers. The Sarcoma Alliance is there during their difficult journey, providing education, guidance, and connection. Learn more at sarcomaalliance.org, sponsored by the Sarcoma Alliance.
Before I was adopted, I felt like nobody wanted me. I felt like my life was already over.
At a certain age, they don't want you. You're troubled and stuff. Even if I wanted to be adopted, who would adopt a 17-year-old?
Inside, I knew, I'm not a troubled kid. I know what I'm in for, why I'm here.
My biggest fear was that I would age out and not know how to be sufficient on my own.
I had nightmares every single day at my birth mom's house. It was just really scary for me living there.
I was scared, I was lost, and I felt hopeless.
I felt like, don't I deserve to feel happy and loved?
I just wish I'd gotten adopted sooner.
Unfortunately, the number of children waiting to be adopted from foster care is on the rise. The Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption is the only public nonprofit charity in the U.S. focused exclusively on foster care adoption. You can help. Go to davethomasfoundation.org to learn more.
Before I was adopted, I felt like my life was already over.
My biggest fear was that I would age out and not know how to be sufficient on my own.
At a certain age, they don't want you, you're troubled and stuff.
The clock is ticking for the more than 125,000 kids waiting to be adopted from foster care. Help the Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption prevent them from aging out without a permanent family. Learn more at davethomasfoundation.org.
Final score from here in Oklahoma City. In 5 innings, Tennessee knocks off Florida by a score of 11-3. Tonight's broadcast of the Women's College World Series on the Westwood One NCAA Radio Network has been presented by Marriott. Take your game day rituals on the road with Marriott Bonvoy. Over 30 hotel brands for every every kind of fan. Explore more at marriottbonvoy.com/NCAA. We'd like to thank our crew for this evening, our studio coordinator Art Martinez, production assistance provided by Drake Stenberg, our engineer Tim Parker, producers Andy Garcia and Larry Costigan, coordinating producers Aaron Cummins and Brian Finkelstein. The vice president and executive producer is Mike Eby, and the senior vice president of sports for Cumulus Media and Westwood One is Bruce Gilbert. Stay with us for more exciting action from Oklahoma City. Our next broadcast coming up as Ole Miss takes on Oregon in another elimination game right here at 9:30 p.m. Eastern on many of these same Westwood One stations. You can also hear the game on Alexa-enabled devices via the NCAA Women's College World Series app, the Free Varsity Network app, the Westwood One Sports app, or online at our website, westwoodonesports.com. Once again, the final score, Tennessee 11, Florida 3 in 5 innings. Now for Leah Miko, I'm Ryan Radke saying thanks for joining us. You've been listening to exclusive coverage of the 2025 Women's College World Series on the Westwood One NCAA Radio Network.
following is a presentation of Westwood One Sports. The following is a presentation of Westwood One Sports.
If it's the Women's College World Series, it's on the Westwood One NCAA Radio Network.
The 1-2 coming to Stewart. Swinging a ground ball into third. Brito backhands, throws to first. In time! It's over! The four-peat is complete! Oklahoma beats Texas 8-4. They sweep the series. And the Oklahoma Sooners are the first team ever to win 4 straight softball national championships.
Now, let's head to Oklahoma City and join Ryan Radke and Leah Amico.
Welcome to Devon Park as the Ole Miss Rebels take on the Oregon Ducks in an elimination game. Tonight's broadcast of the Women's College World Series on the Westwood One NCAA Radio Network is presented by Marriott. Take your game day rituals on the road with Marriott Bonvoy. Over 30 hotel brands for every kind of fan. Explore more at MarriottBonvoy.com/NCAA. Hi, everybody. Along with the Hall of Famer Leah Amico, I'm Ryan Radke. We welcome you to our exclusive coverage of the 2025 Women's College World Series on the Westwood One NCAA Radio Network. Already tonight, we have seen the Tennessee Volunteers live to fight another day. A run rule victory over the Florida Gators, whose season came to an end. Tonight, one more team will live to fight on. One more team will see their season come to an end. Ole Miss and Oregon both suffered tough losses yesterday, Leah. Let's talk about the predicament for Oregon. They tie UCLA in the top of the seventh, only to give up a walk-off home run in the bottom of the seventh inning. Very difficult way to lose. How do they get up off the deck here tonight?
Yeah, I think for them, they just think about, hey, we fought our way back. Yeah, if we keep the ball in the ballpark, that we have more options. But I think for them, ultimately, they have a ton of speed. Top of the lineup really didn't do much. They had 4 hits against Caitlin Terry and UCLA yesterday, but only 2 of them got to the outfield. So to me, I think they got to be able to lift the ball, get it to the green, and then use their speed.
Ole Miss has been on quite a run throughout the postseason, but they ran into a run killer yesterday in Nyjah Kennedy.
Yeah, she is just tough. I mean, it was up for Player of the Year for good reason. From the circle, almost unhittable. They were able to scatter 2 hits. But what I liked, what I saw from Ole Miss, was the fact that they only gave up 1 run. I mean, it came down to that 1 run they gave up. I loved seeing what Binford had in the circle, but for me, defense, they played really well. So to me, they got to get the bats going, but play the same on defense.
Well, Ole Miss head coach Jamie Traxel, despite the loss yesterday, says she's not worried at all about her team going into tonight.
Our kids are really relaxed right now and playing that way, and they're playing fearless. And we'll watch film and we'll make adjustments on some of the chase that we probably had. But I think that had as much to do with Nyjah as maybe just the environment too. So
let's check the starting lineups for tonight's game, sponsored by Wrangler. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles to kickstart your day. Wrangler, for the ride of life. First for the Ole Miss Rebels, the visiting team tonight under the direction of Jamie Traxel. Jaden Pone will lead off. She is in left field. Lair Boutte is the right fielder, and she'll bat second. Aaliyah Binford, the two-way star, is the DP, hitting third. Percy Yamas, the first baseman, will bat cleanup. Lexi Brady is behind the plate, hitting fifth. Mackenzie Pickens is the second baseman, batting sixth. Ashton Lansdale, the third baseman, bats seventh. Angelina De Leon is at shortstop, hitting eighth. And batting ninth, it is the center fielder, Taylor Malvin. In the circle tonight for Ole Miss, it'll be the Hawaii transfer, Brianna Lopez, 13-5 on the year with a 2.94 ERA. So again for Ole Miss, Pone is in left, Boutte is in right, Binford is the DP, Yamas at first, Brady behind the plate, Pickens at second, Lansdale at third, De Leon the shortstop, Malvin is in center, and Lopez in the circle. For the Oregon Ducks, under the direction of head coach Missy Lombardi, Kai Luchar leads off in left field. Her sister, Kedri Luchar, who had an RBI base hit last night, is in center field, batting second. Riley McCoy, the fabulous freshman, is at first base, hitting third. Paige Sinicki, the Gold Glove shortstop, will bat cleanup. Des Patman is the DP. She bats fifth. Kaylin Jones at second base will hit sixth. Emma Cox is behind the plate, batting seventh. Katie Flannery at third base hits eighth, and batting ninth, that is the right fielder, Ayanna Shaw. So again for Oregon, Kai Luchar in left with Kedri Luchar in center. McCoy at first, Sinicki at short, Patman the DP, Jones at second, Cox behind the plate, Flannery at third, Shaw in right, and Lindsey Grime, the right-hander in the circle. 29-2 with a 2.10 ERA. Grime pitched 5 innings last night against UCLA. She talked about her team coming back after the tough loss a night ago.
There's no point in looking back at the past. So I think just continuing to have a short-term memory and a really competitive mindset to just focus on what's coming next. I mean, who knows? The future might not look perfect, but it also could work out really well for the Ducks, and I think it will.
Well, Lindsey Grime making her nation-high 52nd appearance tonight, 29th start, 177 innings pitched, 117 hits, 63 runs, 53 earned. She has walked 68, struck out 224, and opponents batting 184 against her. She will try to give the Ducks a strong start tonight as Oregon looks to keep their season alive against Ole Miss, the team that has been the Cinderella story so far of this postseason. Time for tonight's first pitch. It is sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance. Progressive Commercial Insurance protects small businesses with affordable coverage options. Get a quote today at progressivecommercial.com. Lindsey Grine against Jaden Pone to lead things off here in the elimination game tonight. Winner moves on to Sunday. The loser will pack their bags and head home for the rest of 2025. Pone hitting .357, a home run and 19 RBIs. She was 0 for 3 with a couple of strikeouts last night against Nyjah Kennedy, who had a perfect game through 5 innings against Ole Miss. The story for Ole Miss throughout the postseason has been scoring runs, but not last night against Kennedy. Grine is ready into the windup, and the first pitch of the game is on the way. It is taken high, and we are underway. 8:36 Central Time for the first pitch. Absolutely gorgeous night here in Oklahoma City. Game time temperature of 75 degrees. 1-0 the count to the left-handed batting Pone. Grine rocks and fires, and the pitch is swung on, wrapped on the ground to short. Taken by Sinicki on 2 hops, and she throws to first, and it gets away, and Pone is safe. Paige Sinicki, the Gold Glove shortstop, fielded that ball no problem. The throw was a little bit wide at first base. Riley McCoy could not hang on. It's going to be an error to start the game. And Leah, not a perfect throw, but certainly looks like one McCoy should have handled.
Yeah, I feel like that. And, she's been out after taking a line drive off of her face and having to go to the hospital at regionals and has been the DP. And it's her first time back at first base since that happened.
They are going to charge the error to McCoy at first base. So that'll bring up Lair Boutte. And the first pitch to her is taken outside. 1 ball and no strikes. So Riley McCoy charged with her second error of the year. And the leadoff hitter aboard here for Ole Miss. Here's the windup by Lindsey Grine. The 1-0 delivery on the way. That one down low and outside, 2-0. Rest of the Oregon defense, Kai Luchar in left. Kedri Luchar is in center. Shaw is over in right. Flannery at third. You've met Sinicki at short. Jones at second. McCoy at first. And Emma Cox is behind the plate. Here's the windup by Grine, the 2-0 to Boutte, and that one is taken outside, 3-0. Oregon in the white uniforms tonight. Oregon across their chests in silver with the silver numbers. Of course, the Ducks always have plenty of uniform combos to choose from. Ole Miss going with the navy blues. Ole Miss across their chests in red. 3 balls and no strikes here to Lair Boutte, the one-time Tennessee Volunteer. Also spent some time at Houston before transferring here to Ole Miss for her senior season. 3-0 the count to her, left-handed batter. Grine looks down at her wrist, gets the sign. Here's the windup, and the Oregon right-hander fires, and the pitch is right down Broadway for a called strike. And the count is now 3-1. Umpires for the ball game tonight: Aaron Peterson behind the plate, Chad Steers at first, Marty Abetsian at second, Jim Bertuzzi is over at third. Now the 3-1 delivery from Grine to Boutte. Long pause by Lindsey Grine, and she asked for time. That was interesting. Grine had really started into her windup, it seemed, and then asked for timeout.
Yeah, we saw this a lot last night in the game. Almost like there was a mix-up. Either she didn't want the signs she was getting.
Here's the 3-1 delivery. Swung on, lying down the left field line. That's going to slice foul. And the count 3 balls and 2 strikes. Well, Missy Lombardi, the Oregon coach at times, seemed displeased last night. The action clock is in the outfield in right center. Now, a lot of parks have an action clock that is right behind home plate. That is not the case here at Devon Park. And it seemed that Lombardi may have been getting frustrated last night, basically saying, well, how is she supposed to know what the timing is? 3 balls and 2 strikes, the count here to Boutte, with Pone over at first. Lindsey Grine, the windup, the payoff pitch on the way. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Pone is halfway to second base. The catcher, Cox, will run at her. Now throws to second, but too late. Obstruction had been called anyway. And Jaden Pone goes to second base, and the Oregon defense is not sharp to begin the game tonight.
No, first of all, I just feel like they waited way too long to dump the ball. Cox just held on to it, started running at Pone, and then at that point, you're right, Sinicki's over there at second base and just not able not able to come up with that play. I'm a little surprised on them not playing that defense.
Missy Lombardi is coming out to the circle early to talk with her players. Now, Pone beat that throw easy, but obstruction had been called by the second base umpire, Marty Abetsian, because Sinicki had planted herself right in front of second base. Leah, I don't think you mind Cox running at Pone a little bit to force her to make a decision, but at some point you have to throw the ball.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think the idea is you always want them running harder back towards the base they came from, and I feel like she just let her get a little bit too far. She should have dumped it earlier, and if they had done that when she was still close to the middle of the field, they might have been able to get away and get her in more of a rundown, but instead, you mentioned, as soon as she goes to dive in, now that obstruction becomes a call.
And if nothing else, you'd like to err on the side, throw to second base to try to force her back to first base.
Absolutely.
I think the mistake that Cox made was she let Pone get 3/4 of the way to second before she made the throw, right?
Yeah, that to me, like, you just always in defensive plays, as soon as they're halfway towards the leading base, you dump it. If they're closer, you let them to get 3/4 back if it's the base they came from.
So it's a stolen base for Pone. Here's Aaliyah Binford. And Lindsey Grind with the first pitch. Binford takes a strike over the outside corner at 60 miles an hour. And the count is 0-1. Binford hitting .323, 12 homers, 55 RBIs. She was the opposing pitcher to Nyjah Kennedy last night. Here comes the windup by Grind, the 0-1. Binford, big cut and a miss, comes up empty. And the count 0-2. And Aaliyah Binford gets an L next to her name last night, Leah, but boy, I thought she was really good in the circle.
Yeah, she is a complete competitor, total athlete. I really think the heart of this team.
0-2 pitch on the way. Binford takes down low. It gets through the catcher. Cox back to the backstop, and on to third goes Pone. So now Ole Miss with a base runner just 60 feet away on what will likely be the 20th wild pitch of the season, uncorked by Lindsey Grind.
Well, and this ball just dumps in the dirt right before the glove of Emma Cox, so she's not able to get her glove to the ground and doesn't get her body there to block it as well.
Infield pulled in now. And Grind's 1-2 pitch to Binford is on the way. It's a little bit high and outside. And the count down, 2 balls and 2 strikes.
You get the feeling that this is the time that Ole Miss needs to strike. 1 out and a runner on third.
Such a different feeling for Ole Miss, who did not have a base runner until the 6th inning last night. 2-2 pitch on the way. Binford swings, line drive to short, caught by Sinicki. Looks at Pone, but she was heads up, gets back to third base. Binford retired on the line drive out. And with 2 away, that'll bring up the first baseman, Percy Yamas. That's a big hang with him for Aaliyah Binford.
Yeah, I agree. It's a nice shot that she has a shortstop, but defensively, that's what you want to do. You want to keep the ball in the infield.
So here is Percy Yamas, the first baseman. .349 hitter on the year, 10 home runs, 53 RBIs. Yamas 0 for 3 with a strikeout last night. Second team All-SEC selection. Leads the team in hits with 65, multi-hit games with 20. Second on the team in batting average and runs batted in. Runner at third with 2 outs now. Yamas, the left-handed batter, jumps in. And the pitch from Grind is down low outside, this time smothered by Cox. And the count 1 ball and no strikes.
When that ball was way outside, and I think if you're Emma Cox right now with that runner on third, you make sure you do everything you can. You saw her jump quickly on that one.
Grind ready to go to work again. Here's the 1-0. Yamas swings, line drive left center. That's a base hit. In to score from third is Pone, and Percy Yamas delivers. An RBI single, and Ole Miss has taken a 1-0 lead here in the top of the first inning.
Well, number 4 hitter, Percy Yamas, only a freshman, but coming up big in that situation. To me, you never know these opportunities with runners in scoring position. She gets a ball that's about her shoulder height, but what I like is she keeps her hands up through that ball and is able to take it out to left field.
So the 54th RBI of the season for Yamas. Here's Lexi Brady, the catcher, and she takes the first pitch outside, ball 1. The 54 RBIs for Yamas, an ongoing Ole Miss freshman RBI record. She's third on the overall Ole Miss single-season RBI list. Her teammate Aaliyah Binford is number 1. Yamas now just behind her. 1-0 pitch to Brady is taken outside. And the count 2 balls and no strikes. Brady, the senior from Sioux Falls, South Dakota. 0 for 3 with a strikeout against Kennedy last night. .333 hitter on the season with 17 home runs and 50 RBIs. 2-0 the count. And the pitch on the way. Brady takes a strike over the inside corner. And the count is now 2-1.
When you get into Oklahoma City and just little mistakes can hurt you. You think of the error that started this off with Pone and then the pass ball that got her to third. And those mistakes right there is the difference between a run or not.
2-1 delivery to Brady, swinging a hard shot to shortstop. Taken on a hop by Sinicki. She'll go the short way to second for the force, and the inning is over. But Ole Miss gets on the board. A run on a hit, an error, and one left. Through half an inning, it's Ole Miss 1. Oregon coming up from the Westwood One NCAA Radio Network. This is the Women's College World Series.
Braxton was diagnosed with choroid plexus carcinoma, a brain tumor. St. Jude is helping us put away our fears. We have an amazing team that fights for the best outcome for Braxton. He has the best chance here. I don't have to worry that how much is that bag of fluid going to cost me? Can I afford it to save my child's life? The donations, they're paying for me to live every day with my son, be stress-free, and enjoy every day with him. I wish there was a word bigger than thank you, more close to the heart, because thank you's not enough. They've given me hope. They've given me my son.
St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
Sweetie, want some fruit? You have to use the right tool for the job. A power drill is the wrong tool to slice fruit. Just like an antibiotic is the wrong tool to treat viruses, including colds and flu. Antibiotics are only needed for certain bacterial infections. When they aren't needed, antibiotics won't help you, and the side effects could still hurt you. Ask your healthcare professional when an antibiotic is the right tool and when it's not. Visit cdc.gov/antibiotic-use.
Along with the Hall of Famer Leah Amico, I'm Ryan Radke here in Oklahoma City. You're listening to the Women's College World Series on Westwood One, presented by Marriott. Take your game day rituals on the road with Marriott Bonvoy. Over 30 hotel brands for every kind of fan. Explore more at MarriottBonvoy.com/NCAA. Ole Miss with a run in the top of the first inning. Now Oregon coming up against the left-hander Brianna Lopez for the Rebels. Lopez 13-5 with a 2.94 ERA, 33rd appearance, 19 start, 133 and a third innings, 127 hits, 76 runs, 56 earned. She has walked 81, struck out 114, and opponents hitting 241 against her. The numbers have not always been real pretty for Brianna Lopez, Leah, but I'll tell you, we talked to her the other day. Like her teammates, extremely loose and is having a great time on this run the Rebels have been on.
Yeah, I agree. They're just confident. They're loose. I think they're really just feeling the emotion they've had in order to get here. They said we're road warriors. We have nothing to lose and everything to gain. And we've been setting out to prove people wrong. They've done that getting here to Oklahoma City, they feel.
Lopez will face Kai Luchar to lead off. Luchar hitting .414 for the year with 24 RBIs. She was 0 for 3 with a couple of strikeouts last night. And you have to think a big key to that UCLA win was keeping her off the bases. First pitch on the way is a little bit inside. And the count 1 ball and no strike. She has 59 stolen bases on the season, Leah. And so you can keep her off the bases. You eliminate a huge Oregon threat.
Yeah, I agree. They put so much pressure on defense when their speed gets on.
Here's the windup by Lopez, the 1-0. Luchar runs up, pulls the bat back, takes a strike over the outside corner at 65. And the count is now 1-1.
Well, she's showing Button, Yamas at first base, and Lansdale at third. They're crashing hard as soon as they see her turn.
Lopez ready to go to work. Lefty-lefty matchup against Kai Luchar. Here's the wind and the 1-1. And Luchar runs up, takes high. 2 balls and 1 strike. Kai's sister Kedri waits on deck. Kai Luchar, first-team All-Big Ten pick. She was a first-team All-Pac-12 selection a year ago. Oregon single season and career records for stolen bases. Now the wind and the 2-1. That one is just a little bit low with Luchar running up again. She took it. Lopez barely missed. And the count 3 balls and 1 strike. Kai Luchar is all about the short game. Slap the ball, get it down, and use that great speed. And UCLA struck her out a couple of times, didn't let her get running. 3-1 delivery on the way. Swinging a chopper to third. Cut off by Lansdale. Bobbles, and Luchar is safe at first base. And that is what the speed can do. Lansdale got it, Leah, but tried to rush the throw, dropped the ball, and Luchar is aboard.
Yeah, it was a hot one hopper right into her glove, and she was in close, so she had plenty of time. But you're right, as soon as she tried to pull the ball out of her glove, it drops, and I really think that is the pressure. They know how fast the top of this lineup is.
Lansdale just had that ball drop out of her glove as she went to make the transfer. An error on Lansdale, her 4th of the year, and here is Kedri Luchar, the center fielder. Now the first pitch from Lopez, swinging a ground ball weakly into second, charged by Pickens, her only play to first, and she just gets a hustling Kedri Luchar. Kai Luchar moves up to second base, and with one away, tying run in scoring position, here comes the first baseman, Riley McCoy.
Well, nothing hurt in that situation. They don't go to the bunt, but that ground ball, plenty of speed to be able to get over. Luchar just taking off as soon as she sees that ball with top angle.
Riley McCoy hitting .391, 19 home runs and 58 RBIs for the star freshman from Southern California. Lopez looks down at her wristband for the sign and now asks for time, and she'll back away from the pitching slab. And are they calling a timing violation? I believe they are. It's going to be an automatic ball one. So Lopez took too long. So it's a 1-0 count on Riley McCoy, who was a top 3 finalist for Freshman of the Year. Second team All-American. Takes that one low in the dirt outside. And the count 2 balls and no strikes now to Riley McCoy. First team All-Big Ten. Also a member of the Big Ten All-Defensive team. How did she get away from the Bruins to make her way to Eugene? 2 balls and no strikes, the count to McCoy. Lopez ready. Here's the windup and the pitch. And McCoy takes a strike over the outside corner off speed pitch. And the count is now 2-1.
We've seen this set up a lot right now. Ole Miss, 3 infielders they have on the left side. Second baseman Pickens is all the way up the middle on the left side of second base. Yet they throw that off-speed pitch on the outside corner to set up these hitters.
2-1 delivery to McCoy. That one is off-speed and outside. And the count down 3-1. You mentioned McCoy did miss a little bit of time in the regional in Eugene against Stanford. She was playing first base. She took a line drive off her face, suffered a broken nose, and she still has stitches that are very visible. Here's the windup and the 3-1. McCoy takes a strike over the outside corner. She was on her way to first base. And it's now 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Well, and all these pitches that have been thrown by Brianna Lopez have been on the outside half of the plate. I find it so interesting with them pulling. So it tells you they just are thinking no matter what, they expect McCoy to go around the ball.
Lopez payoff pitch is swung on and popped up. Right side, foul territory. Yamas going back. She'll make the catch. Kai Luchar tags. She's going to head for third, and she'll make it with a headlong dive. Well, there is the speed of Kai Luchar with Yamas, the first baseman, angling back. Luchar wisely got back to tag up at second base. Yamas decided not even to throw it. And Luchar goes to third on the foul pop-up, 2 away. And the inning left in the hands of the shortstop, Paige Sinicki.
A really nice piece of base running. A lot of runners are not going to be able to do that. But when you have the speed of Luchar, you're going to take advantage of everything.
Now Jamie Traxel, the Ole Miss head coach, is out of the dugout. And talking with the home plate umpire, Aaron Peterson. Not sure exactly what this discussion is about, unless she thinks maybe Luchar left second base early. Discussion continues. And apparently we're not going to get any sort of challenge. So Traxel will head back down into the dugout. Runner at third base with 2 outs, and Paige Sinicki, the shortstop, will step in. 374 batter, 8 home runs, 50 RBIs. And Lopez first pitch to Sinicki is in there for a called strike. And the count is 0-1.
Well, we saw last night as well with Aaliyah Binford, and it worked really, really well against Texas Tech. The amount of times that they mix in this off-speed pitch. I mean, right now, it's almost half the time they're throwing a pitch, it's an off-speed pitch.
Lopez looking down at her wristband for the sign. That action clock is running down, and time requested by Lexi Brady behind the plate. And now I think maybe Lopez is having some trouble with her wristband, so she's going to swap with Ashton Lansdale at third. Maybe she had the wrong card in there. So Lansdale swaps wristbands with Lopez. Sinicki jumps back in. No balls and 1 strike. 1-0 Ole Miss, bottom of the first inning. And the pitch on the way to Sinicki is bunted back towards the circle. Picked up by Lopez. No play, but Luchar holds it third. Runners at the corners, but Ole Miss still in the lead. And here comes Des Patman. And I got to tell you, Leah, I am shocked that Kai Luchar did not break for the plate.
Yeah, I have to say that I am as well. You have 2 outs in that situation, tons of speed, and honestly putting pressure on defense. I don't know why they wouldn't have taken that chance on that.
Well, that ball had some beautiful backspin on it. It hit and came back towards the plate. Great job by Sinicki, but here is Des Patman now. 298 hitter on the year with 10 homers. And Lopez delivers the pitch. Patman shows bunt. It's outside. Sinicki runs towards second. She was trying to get in a rundown. Ole Miss basically ignores her. And Sinicki has her 31st stolen base of the year, putting runners at second and third with 2 outs. Patman back in the right-handed batter's box. Base hit now could give Oregon the lead. Lopez ready into the windup, and she brings it home. And the pitch is lined into left field for a base hit. 1-run score. Sinicki around third, coming to the plate. The throw is cut off by Lansdale. Sinicki slides in safely, and Oregon has a 2-1 lead on the Des Patman 2-run single to left.
Des Patman coming up so huge, a DP. Sometimes she plays right field. Tonight her job is to hit. Coming up huge, clutch. The response after going down 1 run in that first inning, coming up big right there to bring across the speedy hitters on the base. I think the fact that you have Sinicki in that 4 spot with the speed she has, that was all them going, and they're taking any advantage they can.
Now the Oregon speed certainly showing itself here in the first, with Luchar going second and third on a foul pop-up, and then Sinicki stealing second. Ole Miss did not want to throw through because of Luchar. Here's the first pitch to Kaylin Jones. It's bunted in the air, and it's caught by the catcher, Lexi Brady, and that will end the inning. But Oregon gets a couple of runs on a couple of hits. There was an error, and 1 on base. Through 1 eventful inning here in Oklahoma City, it's Oregon 2, Ole Miss 1. You're listening to the Women's College World Series on the Westwood One NCAA Radio Network.
So we ask, why call them stands if you're going to sit in them? Yes, you in the back.
Professor, it's NCAA championship season. We'll be in the stands, but are we ready?
You prepared to bring it? Wear your colors loud? Yell, shuffle, shake? Oh, you're ready. The NCAA championships. Attendance is encouraged. Passion is mandatory. Buy your seats today at ncaa.com/tickets.
With Marriott Bonvoy, take your game day rituals on the road. No matter how you show your team spirit, find a stay for your style when you explore our entire world of hotel brands and experiences. Marriott Bonvoy has a brand for every kind of fan. Marriott Bonvoy, official hotel partner of the NCAA. Explore more at marriottbonvoy.com/NCAA.
So, you want to buy a house. You could go online, do your research, find the dream listing, go see it, and get catfished. Back to the drawing board. More scheduling, more viewings, more this doesn't even look like the photos. You could finally find one that does match the photos. Then comes the offer. Stress rush? Yep, make that 3. And here's the paperwork. Yep, never-ending paperwork. It's a lot. But you don't have to do it alone. Because there's an agent who's a realtor here to guide and help protect you as you find the home that's right for you. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by you.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the Westwood One NCAA Radio Network, your home for the national championships. Welcome back to our Granger broadcast booth in Oklahoma City, along with 3-time Women's College World Series champion Leah Amico. I'm Ryan Radke. For the ones who get it done, Granger offers professional-grade supplies and solutions made for every industry and backed by product experts. Call clickgranger.com or just stop by. 1 inning in the books, 2-1, Oregon on top of Ole Miss. All 3 first-inning runs unearned, Leah. So whether you chalk it up to nerves or just not great play in the first inning, I don't know, but some mistakes opening the door on each side.
Yeah, you just start to wonder the fact that both these teams here, first time for all these players, and just wondering how they respond.
Mackenzie Pickens will lead off for Ole Miss in the second inning, and the first pitch is taken inside. Now the count 1 ball and no strikes. Pickens hitting .329, 8 homers, 37 batted in. 0 for 2 with a strikeout last night against Nyjah Kennedy. Wide open stance in the right-handed batter's box, and Lindsey Grind fires in a strike at 67 miles an hour. That'll even the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. Lindsey Grind worked the first 5 innings last night before giving way to Elise Sokolsky. Here's the pitch, swung on and missed by Pickens. And the count is now 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Yeah, and I felt like Elise Sokolsky did pretty well until that home run that she gave up to Clements that finished the game in the walk-off for UCLA.
1-2 pitch, swung on, hit foul, backing out a play to the right. And it remains a ball and 2 strikes. Grind 5 innings, 5 hits, 2 runs, couple of walks, couple of strikeouts last night against UCLA. She had been struggling coming down the stretch, both in the regular season into the Big Ten tournament, and even here in the NCAA tournament, as that one is lined foul past Jamie Traxel, the head coach, coaching over at first base. Still 1-2 on Mackenzie Pickens. Grind in her last 12 outings has pitched to an ERA of 5.30, but she had a really good start against Liberty in Game 2 of the Super Regional, a complete game, allowed just 1 run, struck out 10, and then was very solid last night against UCLA. She told us the other day she had found a mechanical flaw, but she felt like she'd been able to fix in a bullpen session. 1-2 pitch on the way to Pickens, swung on and popped up. Right side of the infield, first baseman McCoy calling for it, and right near the bag, she makes the catch for out number 1. And that'll bring up Lansdale. And like a lot of softball/baseball players, she didn't really want to get into the specifics of what it was that she fixed, but both she and Missy Lombardi seemed very optimistic that she was ready to get back on track and be the Lindsey Grind she'd been all season long for Oregon.
Yeah, and Coach Missy Lombardi said that she actually had just epiphany on what exactly it was as well.
Lansdale with a big swing and a miss, and the count, no balls and 1 strike.
And they just talked about being on the same page and, how they really see it so well. And Missy Lombardi just saying she loves how Grind carries herself and just her demeanor in every way, the competitor she is in the circle.
Here's the windup by Grind. The 0-1 coming to Lansdale. Swung on, bounce foul behind the plate, 0-2. What is it with you softball, baseball players that you're so afraid to talk about specifics? Oh, I fixed a flaw. I found a flaw. What was the flaw? I don't want to talk about that.
Yeah, she should have told us.
No balls and 2 strikes. Well, we have trusting faces, don't we? 0-2 pitch high and outside. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Ashton Lansdale, the third baseman. She's been very good at third base for Ole Miss this year. First inning error notwithstanding. Offense has been a little bit more of a struggle for Lansdale. Here's the windup by Grime. The 1-2 pitch to the plate, up very high. And they count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Lansdale is still fairly new to the game of softball. She played baseball growing up. And in fact, she even went to junior college and played baseball for a year. First female to play at the NJCAA level. 2-2 pitch on the way. Strike 3 called over the outside corner. Lansdale is caught looking. That's the second strikeout of the ball game for Grind. And with 2 away, that'll bring up the shortstop, Angelina De Leon. Limited tickets still available for the 2025 NCAA Women's College World Series games here in Oklahoma City. Visit ncaa.com/WCWS to secure your seats today. That's ncaa.com/WCWS tickets. First pitch on the way to De Leon is up high, and the count 1 ball and no strikes. De Leon, a senior from California, been a starter in 3 of her 4 years in Oxford. Been swinging the bat well, .333 in her last 10 games as she takes down low and inside. And the count 2 balls and no strikes. Angelina De Leon, you ready for this? She actually had a hit last night. They were hard to come by against Nyjah Kennedy, as they usually are, by the way. Two balls and no strikes, the count to De Leon. And the pitch up very high. And the count now 3-0 to Angelina De Leon. Oregon 2, Ole Miss 1. Winner moves on to Sunday. They will take on the loser of tomorrow's Texas-Oklahoma game. 3-0 pitch. In there for a called strike to De Leon, 3-1. Loser, of course, will see their season come to an end. Ole Miss, the only unseeded team this year to make it to Oklahoma City. Oregon was the last of the national seeds, number 16. As Grind delivers the 3-1 pitch to the plate, and that's swung on. Ground ball hits a shortstop. Sinicki down to a knee, is up with it, throws low to first, handled by McCoy, and that will end the inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left. We played 1.5. Oregon 2, Ole Miss 1. From the Westwood One NCAA Radio Network, this is the Women's College World Series.
This message is from the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs. Are you seeking to honor those who've served and sacrificed for their country? Visit the Veterans Legacy Memorial. This digital platform, run by VA's National Cemetery Administration, is dedicated to the memory of more than 4.8 million veterans interred at VA's national cemeteries, VA's grant-funded tribal, state, and territory cemeteries, and 2 U.S. National Park Service cemeteries. The memorial's interactive features allow people to remember veterans by posting tributes and comments, uploading images, and sharing a veteran's military timeline, achievements, biographical information, historical documents, and more. Over 45,000 submissions have been made to the existing profile pages since the site was launched. That's the Veterans Legacy Memorial.
My name is Latoya Adams. I served in the Army. Being with Paralyzed Veterans of America, they have showed me so much is possible.
I'm Sean Castle, served in the United States Army. I went from laying in a hospital bed dying to being a professional wheelchair basketball player. And it started with that one moment where there's life. I am unstoppable because Paralyzed Veterans of America is by my side.
We are unstoppable.
Learn more at pva.org.
The Women's College World Series is on Westwood One and your Alexa. Hear every single pitch by asking your device to open Westwood One Sports. Just say open Westwood One Sports to listen on Alexa. Oregon 2, Ole Miss 1. Bottom of the second inning. Latter third of the Oregon order coming up. It'll be Cox, Flannery, and Shaw against Brianna Lopez, who nearly worked around an error to start the first inning, but then gave up back-to-back hits and finds herself in a 2-1 hole. And Leah, you've already mentioned it. We've seen it in a couple of games so far in this Women's College World Series. You get to this stage, you have got to be on point. Little mistakes will come back and bite you. And Brianna Lopez was that close to a 1-2-3 first inning. Instead, she's down by a run.
Yeah, it's so hard. I think defensively, that's where we really see those mistakes and pressure gets put on you. And sometimes it's just those routine plays, right? Or you saw that bang-bang hit to where Lansdale was able to field it cleanly but could not pull it out of her glove. And you just never know how people are going to react. This crowd, I mean, this is by far the biggest crowd you've ever played in. And so it's not only the game itself, but also the environment.
Yeah, and in some ways, this might be Oregon's first true experience at the Women's College World Series. And I only say that because with the rain delay that we had last night, by the time Oregon and UCLA got going, and you know very well you were here, the crowd had really thinned out because that game went until after midnight local time. Tonight, it is a great crowd here in Oklahoma City. First pitch from Brianna Lopez is down in the dirt to Emma Cox. And the count 1-0 no strikes. Cox, the Oregon catcher, hitting .321. 8 home runs and 34 RBIs. So the Duck fans were here, the Bruin fans were here last night, but a lot of other folks had decided to head for home. Here's the windup and the 1-0. Cox takes outside. 2 balls and no strikes.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that environment, like you said, it's a big stadium, but for it to be empty compared to tonight, it's really, really full. And not only that, I mean, this game now, the season's on the line, right? You lose tonight and you're going home, and so there's a little bit more of that added pressure as well. Here's
Lopez, 2-0 offering to the plate, off speed and high. And the count 3-0 now to Emma Cox, named a freshman All-American by Softball America this year. She missed about 6 weeks during the season, took a foul tip behind the plate, and had to get right physically. 3-0 pitch on the way. That's very high. That's ball 4. So Cox is aboard. So in the first inning, it was an error that allowed the leadoff batter to reach. Here in the second, it's a walk. And that'll bring up the third baseman, Katie Flannery. When it just feels like, especially here, you're really flirting with danger when you're allowing leadoff hitters to get on and not making them swing the bat and earn their way on. Flannery, a 277 batter. She's got 11 home runs. Here's the first pitch from Brianna Lopez. Big swing and a miss. And the count, no balls and 1 strike. Flannery with career highs across the board this year. She has been scuffling, though, over the last couple of weeks. Last 26 games, she is hitting just 183. Here's the windup by Lopez, the 0-1. She shows bunt, pops it up. First base side, Yama's coming down, will make the catch. Back to first base goes Emma Cox. So Katie Flannery pops up a bunt. One away, that'll bring up Ayanna Shaw, the right fielder. Boy, what a contrast to some of the teams that we've seen here, the Texas and Oklahoma, and Tennessee, and even Florida, who does have a lot of speed. But this Oregon team, we've seen, 3 bunts already by them in this game?
It's their small ball. I mean, they're known for that. I think they just try to keep defense moving and use the speed to get the runners around. First pitch on the way to Shaw. She bunts. That's foul behind the plate. And the count, no balls and 1 strike. Hey, look, you got to play to your strengths. And for Oregon, they know who they are. They are not a team that is going to come up and just bash the ball over the ballpark. They do have a couple that can hit home runs, but they have that great speed, and they're going to utilize it. Yeah, I agree. They really play to their strengths on their team. No balls and 1 strike, the count. Here's the windup. Lopez delivers. The pitch is swung on, hit in the air to center field. Going back on it is Malvin. She's right there to make the catch. Back to first base goes Cox. 2 away. And back to the top of the lineup for Kai Luchar. Luchar reached on an error her first time, hit a 1-hopper to Lansdale at third, who is normally very sure-handed. But Lansdale, in a rush to try to get Luchar, dropped the ball, committing just her 4th error of the year. And the Ducks would make the Rebels pay as Luchar later came around to score on the Des Patman 2-run single. So Luchar, left-handed batter, slightly open stance. Lopez winds and fires, and the pitch is taken for a called strike by Kai Luchar. And the count is 0-1. 2-1 Oregon, last of the second inning. 2 teams playing to keep their seasons alive. Here's the wind by Lopez and the 0-1. Luchar takes a little bit low and outside. And the count now 1 ball and 1 strike. Kai Luchar starts way in the back of that left-handed batter's box, giving her a little bit of a runway to get moving. Try to slap that ball in play. Here's the windup and the 1-1. Swinging a foul tip back into the glove of the catcher Brady. And the count 1-2. Every time I see someone that uses their speed, I think about someone you played with, Leah, and Allison McCutcheon at Arizona, who was great setting the table for you and some of the others on that team to drive her in. I mean, she just had perfect bat control.
1-2 pitch. Swing and a foul hit wide of the third base bag, and we'll do it again at 1-2.
And it's those table setters, the ones that are able to just utilize their speed. They're able to. The one thing I think about slappers, I think that helps, is that you don't have to score up a ball, right? It's hard enough with these pitchers moving it and timing and being on time. But as a slapper, really, you only need to get top half. So in my opinion, it's a little easier than trying to square up a pitch.
Here's the windup and the 1-2 pitch to the plate. Swinging a little pop-up hit foul, backing out of play to the left. And if you can just get the ball down on the ground, you give yourself a great chance. And Kai Luchar is one of those players. And we saw it in the first inning. Hit a 1-hopper. It was right to Lansdale, but because of that speed, Lansdale was so conscious of getting rid of the ball quickly, she mishandled the transfer. Now Lopez, another 1-2 pitch. Luchar swings, ground ball left side, played by the shortstop. Throw to first is in time. Angelina De Leon with a heck of a play. Fielding and throwing in one motion, and she gets Luchar by a step at first base. No runs, no hits, no errors, 1 left. The leadoff walk doesn't hurt. We'll head for the top of the third. Oregon 2, Ole Miss 1. You're listening to the Women's College World Series on the Westwood One NCAA Radio Network.
Tim collects bobbleheads. A lot of bobbleheads. Baseball bobbleheads. Race car bobbleheads. Little Chihuahua bobbleheads. He's got got an entire room strictly for bobbleheads. Does he need them? No. Is his wife mad about it? A little. But Tim works with Empower, and he got good at money, so he can be a little bad. Ooh, horse bobblehead. Classy, Tim. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
The golf industry needs all kinds of talented people. It's full of job opportunities and career paths, both on and off the course. With golf, the possibilities are endless. Explore careers and open job opportunities today at makegolfyourcareer.org.
Furnished by the PGA. At Napa, we've spent the last 100 years building our business into an engine that powers yours. Whether you're big or small, national or local, Napa has the automotive solutions your business needs to stay moving. And it's all driven by a nationwide network of quality parts and exceptional service on one mission: to keep your business moving full speed ahead. That's why we are the pros that know. Napa know-how.
Along with a Hall of Famer, Leah Amico, I'm Ryan Radke here in Oklahoma City. You're listening to the Women's College World Series on Westwood One, presented by Marriott. Take your game day rituals on the road with Marriott Bonvoy. Over 30 hotel brands for every kind of fan. Explore more at MarriottBonvoy.com/NCAA. Oregon 2, Ole Miss 1, top of the third inning. Elimination Friday night here in Oklahoma City. Loser of this game will be done for the season. Winner will play Sunday. They will get the loser of the Texas-Oklahoma game that is coming up tomorrow. Already tonight, we have seen Tennessee advance an 11-3 5-inning victory over Florida. Really an impressive performance by the Volunteers after they took a gut punch from Oklahoma yesterday, Leah.
Yeah, I loved the response, and it really was the bats coming alive. They looked strong yesterday in the start of that Oklahoma game, but got slowed down by Sam Landry in the circle, and she kept them within pace, and so was Ella Parker that was able to take that win, walk-off home run, just so clutch, but again, it's all about staying alive, and to me, Tennessee, they looked so good tonight.
Taylor Malvin will lead off against Lindsey Grine, and the first pitch to Malvin is taken for a strike over the outside corner, 0-1. What a great first day of the Women's College World Series yesterday. Close games throughout, couple of walk-offs. I mean, really couldn't ask for more. If we could have gotten rid of that pesky 1-hour rain delay, that was about the only thing that went wrong. 0-1 pitch, swung on, slapped on the ground to third, picked off by Flannery, throws to first, and McCoy can't handle it. And that's another error. It's going to be the second of the game against McCoy, who committed just one error all year coming in, but already she has mishandled 2 throws. You have to wonder if maybe that mask she's wearing at first base to protect the nose is affecting her in some way.
Yeah, it's really like she's not seeing the ball coming across, and you hate to see that when third baseman Katie Flannery just made an amazing snag in the 5-6 hole, comes up and fires across, and so really, you just not being able to finish that play, that's rough right now.
I mean, that throw was perfect. That was belt high, right at Riley McCoy, and Lindsey Grine has actually called McCoy out to the circle, and it's Grine that's given McCoy a little bit of a pep talk.
Yeah, and honestly, she actually was fielding the ball as a first baseman with her glove facing up. I mean, her glove isn't even turned the right way on that ball. And so really, you just wonder what is going on with her right now. And honestly, after being hit in the face the way she was, I mean, this is a situation that's different, right? It's a throw from your teammate across the field, but not reacting like you're used to seeing with McCoy at first base.
Yeah, and that's what makes me wonder if maybe that mask is affecting her in some way, because that's just a simple throw across the diamond. And as you said, to turn her glove and try to catch it like that was just very awkward.
Well, it's almost like she handcuffed herself on that.
Absolutely. Here's Jaden Pone. Pone reached on an error by McCoy. Her first time up, and the first pitch is up high with Pone showing bunt. And the count 1 ball and no strikes. So 2 errors on Riley McCoy. Mississippi cashed in on the first. Let's see if they can do it here. The 1-0 pitch on the way is bunted back towards the circle. Cut off by the third baseman. Throw to first. Not in time. Pone beat it out. Flannery cut in front of Grine. Went skidding on her knees to field it. And threw to first base. But Pone legs it out. And the Rebels have 2 on with nobody out.
Wow, and this is speed. We talk about Oregon having the speed. But Flannery on her knees, got rid of it as quick as she possibly could. But perfect placement for Pone. That's exactly what you want to do.
Missy Lombardi out of the dugout, I think, wants to challenge this call at first base. Marty Betsy and the second base umpire, the crew chief.
Ruling on the field was the runner was safe at first base. Oregon is challenging that ruling. The previous play is under further review.
So they will take a look here and see if Jaden Pone did in fact beat that out. I know, Leah, they always tell the third baseman, get to whatever you can. It seemed like, though, that would have been an easier play for Grind, the pitcher, who was in position to field the ball.
Yeah, I agree with you because it was straight on and it was bunted pretty hard, but I just don't know if she would have had the time, if it would have bounced another time or two, if it got to Grind.
Now, a great fallacy is the old tie goes to the runner. If you read the rule book, there is no such thing as a tie. This is about as close as you can get to a tie, looking at the replay up here.
Yeah, I think that this is going to stand. I don't believe that there's enough of a difference of when the ball is in Jones's glove at first base.
Now, they have slowed this down about as slow as they can get, and it just seems that the foot of Pone is down before that ball is secured.
The ruling at first is upheld. The runner is safe. That is Oregon's first challenge of the ball game.
Yeah, I think that's a good job by the replay crew. Again, technically there is no tie, but that was awfully close to being a tie.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think in that situation, and to me, I just credit the speed that they have at the top of the lineup. Pone beating that out.
So 2 on, nobody out. That's going to bring up Lair Boutte, and it looks like we're going to have a defensive change. I think Riley McCoy is coming out of the game. In fact, I think we're going to have a couple of defensive changes here. It looks like we're going to have a new right fielder as well. So Patman is going to go out to right field for Shaw. And we're going to get a new first baseman, and that is Stephanie Maake, who will take over for McCoy. You feel for Riley McCoy. I mean, she has just had a heck of a year. But 2 muffed throws in the early going of this game.
Well, and they're going back to the defense that they had last night in their game against UCLA. And, I think they were just playing around to see if they could bring back in McCoy. And I'm with you. I think it could possibly be that mask. It's so uncharacteristic what we've seen tonight with McCoy.
You see, basketball players will often don the mask when they have a broken nose, and a lot of them talk about it, that it just affects your vision. It shouldn't, but it does. It's just something else you have to deal with. And I don't know, maybe McCoy's just having a bad night. I'm not trying to make excuses for her, but again, the way she fielded that last one just makes you think that she did not see that ball clearly coming across the infield.
Well, people talk about when pressure's on, the game speeds up on you. So you add that factor as well here in Oklahoma City. Here's
Lair Boutte. Struck out her first time up against Grind. She shows bunt, pulls the bat back, takes off speed low and outside. And the count 1-0. Boutte, 3 home runs, 24 RBIs. She's a .339 batter. Missed the start of this year with injury, but since coming back has been very productive for Ole Miss. Here's Grind's 1-0 offering, and Boutte shows bunt, pulls the bat back, takes high, and the count 2-0. Oregon right now has the third baseman Flannery charging with Sinicki, the shortstop, racing to cover third. So the runner at second base, Malvin, is moving about halfway to third base on the pitch. Here's the wind, the 2-0. Again, Boutte shows bunt, pulls the bat back, takes a strike, throw to second, not in time. Malvin goes diving back in. 2 balls and a strike to Lair Boutte. Well, that time the second baseman Jones came sneaking in. And fortunately for the Rebels, Malvin was able to get back. Here's Grind's 2-1 offering, and Boutte shows bunt, takes low and outside. 3 balls and 1 strike. Aaliyah Binford, the dangerous Aaliyah Binford, waiting on deck. 2-1 Oregon. We're in the top of the 3rd inning. Grind looks in for the sign, rocks on the rubber, and fires the 3-1 pitch, and that finds the outside corner at 67 miles an hour for a strike. 3-2, the count now on Boutte.
Well, I don't think it's a surprise. She's going on that outside corner. You have Maake all the way back at first base.
Ryan looking over into the dugout, checks her wristband. She's ready. Winds and fires the 3-2 pitch. Swinging a bouncing ball, hit to third. Played there by Flannery. Steps on the bag one. Throws to first. Double play. A 5-3 twin killing. Pone goes to second, but she's there with 2 outs. And Binford coming up.
Well, and that's what you want to do. Feed your defense. Runners on first and second. Hard ground ball to third baseman Flannery. Able to tag her bag and throw across, and Make coming up. I think that was really wise of them making that defensive change.
So here is Binford. Lined out to shortstop her first time up. Boutte out at Pone at second base now, and the pitch on the way is swung on, hit foul back into the seats behind the plate. And the count, no balls and 1 strike to Aaliyah Binford. Transfer from Baylor. Second team all Big 12 selection there last year as a two-way player. And again, she was really good in the circle last night against Texas Tech. The 0-1 pitch to Binford, swinging a line drive, center field. It's going to hang up. Kedry Luchar moving to her right makes the catch. And that will end the inning. And boy, Aaliyah Binford has a tough 0 for 2 with a couple of line drive outs. No runs, 1 hit, 1 error, and 1 runner left on base. We played 2.5. Oregon 2, Mississippi 1 from the Westwood One NCAA Radio Network. This is the Women's College World Series.
What's up? This is Will I Am. I'm joining Stand Up to Cancer and Providence Health System to let you know that colon cancer affects the Black community at a higher rate. But there's hope. If you're 45 and older, go get a colon cancer screening right now, because it's 91% beatable if detected early. Ask your doctor or go to providence.org/colon cancer to determine which screening option is right for you.
Furnished by Stand Up to Cancer.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Download the Westwood One Sports app and catch all of our NCAA championship broadcasts. And be sure to keep the app on your mobile device year-round as we bring you primetime NFL action this fall, anytime, anywhere for free. Get the Westwood One Sports app today for iOS and Android. Bottom of the third inning, Oregon on top of Ole Miss by a score of 2-1. Kedry Luchar, who made the catch on the Aaliyah Binford line drive. Then the top of the third inning will lead off. Well, Aaliyah Binford, just to finish the thought, tough luck loser in the circle last night, tough luck at the plate tonight. She smoked the ball twice, but right at Oregon defender. She's got nothing to show for it.
Yeah, she's been all over that. I mean, really quality at bat. She hit that ball so hard to straightaway center and just not able to come up with a spot in the right location.
So Kedry Luchar will lead off. Kedry, the younger of the Luchar sisters, 1 year younger than her sister Kai. Kedry has had an unbelievable year. First team All Big Ten, member of the Big Ten All Defensive Team. Top 25 finalist for Player of the Year. 443 average at the plate. Lefty-lefty matchup here with Brianna Lopez. And the Ole Miss southpaw brings it home. Kedry Luchar bunts behind the plate foul. And the count 0-1. That is the 73rd bunt attempt we have seen from Oregon in the first 3 innings. It's an all-time women's... No, it's not true. Man, they like to use that bunt, don't they?
It just shows. I mean, this team is full of speed throughout the entire lineup, and they're just not afraid to use it and challenge defense. And I think you try to use your strength, and we're seeing it is in that short game.
Here's the 0-1 delivery to the plate, and that one is taken off the outside corner for a ball. And the count 1-1 to Kedri Lushar. Riley McCoy will follow. Paige Sinicki after that. Lansdale, the third baseman, creeping up close. Lopez looks at her wristband for the sign, into the windup and delivers the 1-1. And Kedri Lushar takes a strike over the outside corner. And the count is now 1-2 on the Oregon center fielder.
When you have a left-handed pitcher against these lefty hitters in Brianna Lopez, and I noticed that she just likes to throw that curveball in the outside corner of that, and more the hard stuff to these lefty slapper.
Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swinging a high pop-up. Right center field. Boutte is going over, way over, almost in straightaway center field. She makes the catch. One away. Ole Miss had the outfield shifted. The center fielder, Malvin, was way over into left center. So by the time the right fielder, Boutte, caught that ball, she was almost directly in line with the second base bag.
Well, and I think in that shift, you know what your coverage is, and so that's why Boutte came all the way across.
One down, here's Riley McCoy. Popped up to the first baseman, Yamas, in foul territory her first time up. And the first pitch on the way from Lopez is cut on and missed. And the count, no balls and 1 strike. Riley McCoy, 6th on the Oregon single-season RBI list with 58 batted in. Her 19 home runs are an Oregon freshman record, shattering the previous mark. 0-1 from Lopez, very high. And the count now 1-1. The previous Oregon freshman record for home runs was 14. The 19 hit by McCoy, not only a freshman mark, she has tied the all-time Oregon single-season record set by Anne-Marie Tops back in 2007. 1-1 delivery to the plate. In there for a called strike. And the count now 1-2 to Riley McCoy. McCoy, feet close together, open stance in the right-handed batter's box. Waiting on the 1-2 pitch. Here's the windup. And Lopez brings it in. It's a breaking ball down to the dirt. And the count now 2 balls and 2 strikes to McCoy. McCoy out of Oaks Christian High School. Athletic powerhouse in Southern California. Here's the 2-2 pitch on the way. Up high and outside, off speed again. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Comes from a softball family. Her mom, Melissa, played at Fresno State. Of course, Fresno State at one time was a big-time powerhouse in softball when the West Coast was dominating the sport. Here's the windup and the 3-2 pitch to Riley McCoy, and that's outside, ball 4. So a nice job there by McCoy. After falling behind, is able to work the 1-out walk. And that'll bring up Paige Sinicki. Wherever your golf journey is headed, a PGA professional will help you get there. Find your coach at PGA.com/coach. Of course, we talked about the Fresno State program a lot the last couple of years. Maya Brady's mom played at Fresno State. And you had your share of battles with the Bulldogs.
Oh, we did. And I played against, I actually pitched against Maya Brady when she was pitching, or Maya Brady's mom. And she actually beat me.
No, it's good that you can admit it.
She did.
First pitch on the way to Sinicki is off speed and high, 1 ball and no strikes. There was a time when you would look at the softball top 25 and those 1, 2, and 3 spots were UCLA, Arizona, Fresno State. Maybe not in that order, but...
Yeah, Margie Wright had an amazing program for many years. Actually, I was the only Wildcat for a while on the Olympic team, and we had more Fresno State Olympians. And lots of UCLA Bruins.
Lots of UCLA Bruins who've had more All-Americans than anybody.
Yes.
All time. I believe it's 116 now for the Bruins after their All-American selections this year. UCLA last night walking off Oregon on the home run by Jessica Clements in the bottom of the 7th inning. The Cal Poly transfer. What a great reaction she had as she hit the ball out of the park. I mean, everybody celebrates that. But she had that look of shock on her face as she was rounding the bases. 1 ball and no strikes to Paige Sinicki. Here's the windup by Lopez. She fires, and that one is taken low. 2 balls and no strikes. Well, UCLA with that win last night on in the winner's bracket. Their reward, a date with Nyjah Kennedy and Texas Tech tomorrow night. Texas and Oklahoma will get us going tomorrow afternoon. Here's the wind and the 2-0. Sinicki takes high, 3-0, and suddenly Brianna Lopez has lost the strike zone. She's issued 2 walks tonight. Coming into the ballgame, 81 walks in 133 in a third inning, so she gives up her fair share. Here's the windup and the 3-0 pitch to the plate. In there for a called strike, and the count 3-1. Texas, Oklahoma, Texas Tech, UCLA, both games here on Westwood One tomorrow. Texas, Oklahoma gets it started at 3 p.m. Eastern. And then Texas Tech, UCLA tomorrow night at 7 Eastern. Here's the windup and the 3-1 pitch to Sinicki. Swinging a little fly ball, shallow left center. That's going to dump in for a base hit. Around second and on her way to third is McCoy. Heading for second base and diving in is Sinicki with a double. And the Ducks have runners at second and third.
Well, I almost wonder if Malvin stays up in center field and fields that cleanly. If nothing else, they might have been able to have McCoy because she took off pretty quick on that ball being hit. But I almost wonder if they would have been able to keep Sinicki off of second.
Yeah, that was not a good decision by Malvin to dive. That ball hit a good 10 feet in front of her. She had no chance to catch it. Yeah, the ball skipped up and off her glove, but Sinicki never stopped running. So runners at second and third. Here's Des Patman, who already has a couple of RBIs tonight. She laced a 2-run single in the first inning. And the first pitch from Lopez is in there for a called strike. Spins that one in at 53. And the count 0-1 to Patman, who now has 35 RBIs on the year. Oregon looking to extend on what is right now a 2-1 lead. Here's the windup and the pitch. Off speed in there for a called strike. And the count 0-2. Patman from San Diego, a transfer from New Mexico State, actually began her career at North Carolina A&T, then went to New Mexico State where she was the Conference USA Newcomer of the Year last year, batted .387 with 15 home runs and 43 RBIs. Her batting average is down this year, but the power numbers are comparable. In her first year at Oregon, of course, now a member of the Big Ten, which still sounds really weird to say.
Yeah, it does. So many conference realignments and just figuring out which team is where these days.
How many times last night did you think to yourself, boy, a good old Pac-12 matchup here between Oregon and UCLA?
We were just reminiscing.
Here's the windup and the 0-2 pitch to the plate. Swing and a foul back to the screen. So Lopez sticking with the off-speed. That one at 49. That's 3 straight off-speed pitches to Patman. And Patman fouls that one back to stay alive. Down a couple of strikes.
Well, I like that because you're going to force the hitter, even if they do wait on it, to supply their own power in that situation. And to me, as a hitter, I mean, I'd much rather the hard stuff. I think a lot of hitters would, but I do like how Patman seemed to wait on that one. Here's the 0-2. Up high, and the count 1 ball and 2 strikes. Again off speed, so that's 4 in a row from Lopez to Patman. Patman transfers in. Lopez, her second year at Ole Miss after transferring from Hawaii. Spent a couple of years on the islands, originally from Southern California. 1-2 pitch on the way. Swing and a miss, strike 3. She stayed with the off speed. Patman was out in front. And the first strikeout of the night for Brianna Lopez is a big one. It's the second out here in the bottom of the third. Well, that's huge, and that just shows you that she is able to spin it. Even though it's off speed, it's not just about waiting on it. It's that she's able to get a little bit of break. This ball breaks away, and Patman way ahead of that pitch, even after seeing 4 other off-speed pitches. So that'll bring up Kaylin Jones now. Yeah, the first pitch to Jones is swung on, popped up, right up the elevator shaft. Lansdale down from third will make the catch, and the inning is over. No runs, a hit, no errors, 2 left on base. We played 3 here in Oklahoma City. It's Oregon 2, Ole Miss 1. You're listening to the Women's College World Series on the Westwood One NCAA Radio Network.
With Marriott Bonvoy, take your game day rituals on the road. No matter how you show your team spirit, find a stay for your style when you explore our entire world of hotel brands and experiences. Marriott Bonvoy has a brand for every kind of fan. Marriott Bonvoy, official hotel partner of the NCAA. Explore more at marriottbonvoy.com/NCAA.
The NCAA Men's Final Four. Every whoop High five, shout, and holler gets your team one step closer to the promised land. Any questions?
Professor, are we ready?
You prepare to open a can of fandom and cheer like you've never done it before? Oh, you're ready. We're cutting down some nets now. The NCAA Men's Final Four, April 4th and 6th, 2026 in Indianapolis. Apply for seats today at ncaa.com/men's final four.
Selling your home, it's one of the biggest financial decisions you'll ever make. You could go it alone, trying to navigate market trends, determine fair pricing, and tackle tricky negotiations on your own. You could second guess every decision, wondering if you're doing it right. Then there's the showings, the offers, and the mountain of paperwork. Or you could work with the expertise of a realtor, here to guide and help protect as you make your next big move. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by you.
Along with a Hall of Famer, Leah Amico. I'm Ryan Radke here in Oklahoma City. You're listening to the Women's College World Series on Westwood One, presented by Marriott. Take your game day rituals on the road with Marriott Bonvoy. Over 30 hotel brands for every kind of fan. Explore more at MarriottBonvoy.com/NCAA. Top of the fourth inning, 2-1. Oregon on top of Ole Miss. Percy Yamas, the cleanup hitter for the Rebels, will lead off here against Lindsey Grine. Ole Miss able to get a run in the first inning. They had 2 on with nobody out in the third, but a double play and a line drive out got Grine out of the inning. So now she'll face Yamas for the second time. Percy Yamas delivered the 2-out RBI single in the first inning that got Ole Miss on the board. The 54th RBI of the year for Yamas, an ongoing Ole Miss freshman record. So Yamas, Brady, and Pickens coming up against the right-hander Lindsey Grine, who is making her 52nd appearance of the season tonight. That is the most in the country. Here's the windup by Grine. First pitch on the way to Yamas, swinging a ground ball deep in the hole. It's short, knocked down by Sinicki, picks it up, no play, and Yamas is safe at first. That should go as a base hit for Percy Yamas, her second of the night. Paige Sinicki moving to her right, deep in the hole. Got a glove on that, couldn't get it cleanly. That was going to be a tough chance to get Yamas.
Yeah, I agree. Just not able to come up with the backhand. It just bounced right out of her glove. I think too much spin. I think normally she would probably think she should have that, but I agree with you. I think that was just a great effort, but not able to hold on to it.
Oh, it will go as a base hit. So the third of the night for Ole Miss. Two of the three hits from Yamas. Well, maybe not. Let's see. The scoreboard has called it a hit, but the official stats in front of us are calling it an error. So we will wait on pins and needles to find out which is correct. Here's Lexi Brady. Base runner either way. Grine delivers. The pitch to Brady is swung on. Slug foul back behind the plate. And the count, no balls and one strike. So I guess it is going to be an error on Sinicki, which will be her 8th of the year and the third Oregon error tonight.
When I think she had gotten to the ball, and although it was in the hole, it was hit pretty hard. So maybe had she fielded that cleanly, they think that she could have thrown across and had Yamas.
Here's the windup in the 0-1. Brady takes a little bit off the outside corner. And the count, 1 ball and 1 strike. Oregon is third in the country in fielding percentage, and they have committed 3 errors. We're going to have to look. I'm not sure they've committed 3 errors in a game all year. 1 ball and 1 strike, the count to Lexi Brady. Lindsey Grine looks in for the sign. Grine rocks back on the pitching slab, fires home. Brady swings and misses over top of a 67-mile-an-hour pitch that disappeared down around her shins. And it's now 1-2. Lindsey Grine had a little smile on her face after that pitch. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Lexi Brady. Bounce into a fielder's choice her first time up. Grine fires. Brady swings. It's a bouncer foul behind the plate. They'll do it again at 1-2. Oregon 2, Ole Miss 1 here in the top of the 4th inning. Grine gets the sign. And here's the 1-2 pitch home. Brady swings and misses, strike 3. And Lindsey Grind, a pump of her right fist as she strikes out Lexi Brady. That's the third strikeout of the night for Grind, number 227 on the season for the Oregon right-hander. And with one away, that'll bring up Mackenzie Pickens. Now, Lindsey Grind came into the Women's College World Series tied with S.J. Guerin of Auburn for the most appearances in the country. Passed her last night. First pitch on the way to Pickens. Bounces up there, skips away from Cox. And that'll send Yamas to second base. And a throw to second base. And that's not Yamas, it's a pinch runner in the ball game for Ole Miss. She took a turn around second base and is in there safely. It's Taylor Strain who is running for Yamas. And the tying run now in scoring position.
Well, Grind with a lot of spin on that ball. We've been seeing her throw more drop balls this inning, and that ball just gets in that dirt. And I really think it was just the spin of it that made it ricochet off of Cox.
1 ball and no strikes, the count to Mackenzie Pickens. Wide open stance in that right-handed batter's box. And Grind's pitch up high, 2 balls and no strikes. Well, we have the answer to our question. The only other 3-error game for Oregon this year was near the end of the regular season against Michigan State on the 2nd of May. 2-0 pitch. Pickens takes low, 3 balls and no strikes. Mackenzie Pickens might be the only one who has a stance similar to Corby Otis of Florida. Here's the 3-0 to the plate. In there for a strike, 3-1. Wide open, got that front foot way back on the outside line of the batter's box. Not quite up on her toe as much as Otis is, but somewhat similar anyway to the Florida left fielder. Here's the windup, and Lindsey Grind's 3-1 pitch to Mackenzie Pickens is inside, ball 4. She walked her. So that'll put runners at first and second and bring up Ashton Lansdale, the third baseman.
Well, that was a good piece of hitting. That ball just off the inside corner of the plate, and I like the patience out of Pickens with a runner on second base to be able to get yourself on as well. Only 1 out.
So here is Lansdale, who was called out on strikes her first time up, and Missy Lombardi is headed out to the circle to have a chat with Lindsey Grind. So anyway, back to Grind, making her 52nd appearance of the season tonight. Keep in mind, this is Oregon's 63rd game of the year. That means they've only played 11 games this year that Lindsey Grind did not pitch. So in this era where we talk about pitching staffs and everybody having depth and you don't see the arms go as much as they used to, well, Lindsey Grind has been available just about every game for Missy Lombardi.
Yeah, and you can just tell the type of personality that she has. I mean, she's the one that wants the ball. Missy Lombardi telling us that she just, was like, okay, coach, I'm ready to go all the time. She literally said, you have to take it from her. You have to be the one, because she's the one that's like, I want it when the game's on the line. And you get that feel from her when you just look at how she carries herself, real leader for this team in every way.
Taylor Roman is going to come up and hit for Lansdale with 2 on and 1 out. Right-handed batter, Lindsey Grind's first pitch. In there for a called strike, fires it in at 68, and the count 0-1. Taylor Roman is a .255 batter, 12 for 47 this year, 5 doubles, a couple of home runs, 15 RBIs. It is the 28th game in which she has appeared. Here's the windup and the 0-1, and Roman takes a little bit outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Roman 3 for 13 as a pinch hitter this year for Ole Miss. Trying to cash in here. Base hit could potentially tie this game up. 1 ball and 1 strike. Here's Grind's delivery. Swing and a fly ball, loft into shallow left. Coming on for it is Kylie Shar. And she makes the catch. The runners get back to their bags. 2 outs in the inning. And Angelina De Leon, the shortstop, is coming up. De Leon grounded out to shortstop her first time up. Lindsey Grind trying to walk the tightrope again. Got out of a 2-on, nobody out situation in the third. Trying to get out of a 2-on, 1 out situation here in the fourth. De Leon, a right-handed batter. Here's the windup by Grind and the pitch. Down a little bit low, and the count 1 ball and no strikes. I love the quote that Missy Lombardi gave us on Lindsey Grind. We were talking about Grind going through some of those struggles at the end of the year and not being the same pitcher she was at the beginning of the season. Here's the 1-0 pitch to De Leon, swing and a miss, and the count 1-1. Lombardi said, you find out who people are when they struggle, and her struggles revealed exactly why I wanted her on this team.
Yeah, I love that. I think it's all about how you handle failure and pressure in the big moments, because you know that if they can do it on a regular basis, they're going to be prepared for the big moments. 1 ball, 1 strike to De Leon. 2 on, 2 out. Here's the pitch. Check swing, and that hit her foot in the batter's box, a foul ball. It rolled out in front of the plate, but the ball made contact with De Leon in the box, so a foul ball. And the count is now 1-2. Missy Lombardi said that she liked Lindsey Grind when she watched her on tape. She said, I liked her even more when we got her to campus. She said she's the exact opposite off the field as she is on. On, she's a competitor, a bulldog. Off the field, she called her sweet and kind. Here's the 1-2 pitch to De Leon. Taken high, it pops away from Cox, rolls out in front of the plate. The runners stay put. And it's now 2 balls and 2 strikes. Well, she also talked about her being just the ultimate team player, that she's all about her team. And I think when you get that mix of someone who's big on team but also wants to compete, I think it's a great mix together.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Here's the windup and the pitch. Up high. And the count 3-2. Grind returned the compliment for Lombardi when she said, Coach is the epitome of a boss lady.
Well, I think they love her leadership. And when you get people to buy into the process, and one of the things, Coach talked about also was them being able to take on strain and pressure.
3-2 pitch to De Leon, swinging a line drive, pulled foul down the left field line.
And I think that you can build something off of that, right? And especially, in my opinion, it's starting to circle. It's not just about being able to get strikeouts, right, and have a great ERA. Obviously, it's very important. But when you get someone who has energy and leadership and everyone else believes in it, it's like this feeling of we have their back. We want it as much as you do. We hear that about Nyjah Kennedy and her team at Texas Tech saying, and now all of a sudden, now you're not just doing it for yourself, you're also doing it for the pitcher in the circle.
3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2-1 Oregon, top of the 4th inning. Grind ready. Here's the pitch to De Leon. Swing and a foul tip. Just got a piece of that one. And we'll do it again. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Well, and I would have to think that Lindsey Grind's availability, just her willingness to go out there every single game practically, resonates with her teammates.
Yeah, I think so too. And they know how much they need her.
3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 on for Ole Miss here in the top of the 4th inning. Grind has her side. The payoff pitch home is high and outside, ball 4. Boy, what a great job by De Leon. She works the walk, and the bases are loaded for Taylor Malvin.
I like that. I like the patience as a hitter to be able to foul off pitches to stay alive. And then to be able to say, hey, I'm going to work my way on base by this long at-bat. Nice walk, and now you have bases loaded.
Emma Cox out to the circle to have a chat with her right-hander. Might see another change here for Ole Miss as well. Looks like we're going to see a pinch hitter coming up for Malvin, I think. And it's going to be Rachel Connors who is going to be called upon to pinch hit. Connors hitting .308 in limited action this year. She's only at 13 at-bats. She is 4 out of 13. Left-handed batter with an open stance. Bases loaded, 2 outs. And here is Lindsey Grind's first pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 1. Boy, and that was an awfully late cut, it seemed, by Connors.
Emma Cox throwing the ball back to Lindsey Grind. Lindsey Grind having to jump up and stop this ball.
2 balls and 1 strike to count. Grind ready again. Here's the pitch. Swinging a foul straight back. Better cut that time. And the count 0-2 to Rachel Connors. Freshman from Arizona. Out of Chandler, Arizona. Phoenix suburb. Long gone are the days where everybody's from around where they go to school. It is truly a national game. No balls and 2 strikes the counts. And Lindsey Grind fires home, swing, and a foul tip. Connors just got a piece to stay alive. And Emma Cox is a little bit slow getting up. We told you she missed 6 weeks earlier this year when she got hit by a foul tip. She just got nailed by that one. Home plate umpire Aaron Peterson walking a new ball out to Lindsey Grind, and Emma Cox is kind of limping her way towards the circle. Missy Lombardi is out to check on her catcher. Meanwhile, the umpire's feigning conversation just to buy a little bit of time here for Emma Cox.
She's taking a little bit of a beating this inning, taking a foul ball off her mask a couple pitches ago in the last batter to De Leon.
Which once again begs the question, Leah, why would anyone want to catch?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
You get beat up back there. Here's another 0-2 pitch. Outside. And the count 1-2. Good pitch that time by Grind. Seeing if Connors would chase. She did not. Watch that one sail wide. And the count goes to 1-2. Bases full. Rebels here in the top of the 4th inning. They trail Oregon 2-1. Here's the windup and the pitch. Swinging a ground ball rolled weakly to second. On to get it is Jones. She flips to first in time for the out, and the inning is over. No runs, no hits, 1 error, 3 runners left on base for Ole Miss. Bottom of the 4th inning coming up. It's Oregon 2, Ole Miss 1 from the Westwood One NCAA Radio Network. This is the Women's College World Series.
This message is from the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs. Are you seeking to honor those who've served and sacrificed for their country? Visit the Veterans Legacy Memorial. This digital platform, run by VA's National Cemetery Administration, is dedicated to the memory of more than 4.8 million veterans interred at VA's national cemeteries, VA's grant-funded tribal, state, and territory cemeteries, and 2 U.S. National Park Service cemeteries. The memorial's interactive features allow people to remember veterans by posting tributes and comments, uploading images, and sharing a veteran's military timeline, achievements, biographical information, historical documents, and more. Over 45,000 submissions have been made to the existing profile pages since the site was launched. That's the Veterans Legacy Memorial.
My name is Latoya Adams. I served in the Army. Being with Paralyzed Veterans of America, they have showed me so much is possible.
I'm Sean Castle, served in the United States Army. I went from laying in a hospital bed dying to being a professional wheelchair basketball player. And it started with that one moment where there's life. I am unstoppable because Paralyzed Veterans of America is by my side.
We are unstoppable.
Learn more at pva.org.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the Westwood One NCAA Radio Network, your home for the national championships. Welcome back to our Granger broadcast booth in Oklahoma City, along with our producer Larry Costigan, engineer Tim Parker, production assistant Drake Stenberg, and the great Leah Amico. I'm Ryan Radke. For the ones who get it done, Granger offers professional-grade supplies and solutions made for every industry and backed by product experts. Call Granger.com or just stop by. Bottom of inning number 4. Oregon on top of Ole Miss by a score of 2-1. The Rebels have had their chances. They've left 5 on base. They are 1 for 6 with runners in scoring position tonight against Lindsey Grind. So they still trail by a run. Emma Cox will lead off here against Brianna Lopez in the last of the 4th inning. And the first pitch is taken high and inside. And the count 1 ball and no strikes. Cox drew a walk back in the 2nd inning. Never moved off first base though, as Lopez was able to get out of trouble. Lopez allowed 2 runs in the 1st inning, 0 cents. The pitch swung on, chopped foul at the plate. 1 ball and 1 strike now to Emma Cox. Katie Flannery to follow. And then Ayanna Shaw due up, make it Stephanie Maake due up after that. Lopez ready, and the 0-1. Spins that one off the plate outside, and it's now 2 balls and 1 strike. Well, we've seen a lot of off-speed stuff from Lopez tonight. She told us the other day she actually throws a knuckleball, which is the first time I had ever heard that in softball. Here's the 1-1 delivery. That one is in there for a called strike, 51 miles an hour.
Well, I feel like that might have been the knuckleball right there, because her other off-speed pitch, you notice the difference, it spins a ton down in the zone.
Scoreboard is incorrect. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes now. And Lopez brings it home. The pitch is swung on and popped up back to second base. Hustling out is the second baseman. And Pickens gets there to make the catch for out number 1. Cox is retired. That'll bring up Katie Flannery.
We've just seen defensive shifts and positioning a lot. Aaron Earlywine and Bobby Buchanan, both the coaches that are assistants on the staff with Jamie Traxel, and she just talked a lot about what they bring. And I know that it's the spray charts that they're doing, and they just, every batter, they have a different positioning defensively.
Flannery popped up a bunt attempt her first time. Here's the windup by Lopez and the pitch. Flannery takes a little bit high, 1 ball with no strikes. Lopez says she learned her knuckleball on accident. Said she had a pitching coach that used to mess around and throw a knuckleball when they were just warming up. And she was in the bullpen one day, and they started saying to her, hey, throw a knuckleball. Here's the 1-0. That's taken low, 2-0. And so she did. She just started messing around with grips and threw one, and pitching coach said, you know what, that's actually not bad. And so she has kept on using it. Mixes it in from time to time. Here's the 2-0 pitch. In there for a called strike. And the count is now 2-1.
Well, and being a left-handed pitcher, and then you add a pitch that most people do not have, most hitters do not see, I think it just makes you that much more effective.
2 balls and 1 strike the count. Lopez delivers home. Flannery swings, fly ball hit into left field. It is right at the left fielder Pone, nearly in her tracks. She makes the catch, and there's 2 away. You can listen to every single game of Westwood One's exclusive coverage of both the Men's and Women's College World Series. Just download the Varsity Network app and search NCAA Championships. So with 2 outs, here comes Stephanie Maake for the first time tonight. Maake entered the game defensively. She's a .308 batter, 14 home runs, 54 RBIs. Brianna Lopez delivers, and the first pitch is swung on, hit on the ground to shortstop. Played on a hop by De Leon, who throws to first, and just like that, the inning is over. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left. We're through 4. Oregon on top of Ole Miss, 2-1. You're listening to the Women's College World Series on the Westwood One NCAA Radio Network.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak high. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
You could think you found your dream home online. The kitchen island looks perfect for your inner chef. The backyard, a paradise for your green thumb. And that extra room, hello walk-in closet. But here's the twist. The lot next door just got rezoned for years of construction. And this sound, yeah, you're going to be hearing a lot of that. Don't let your dream home turn into a nightmare. Work with the expertise and ethical training of a Realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors, right by you.
Enter to win 2 tickets to the 2026 NCAA Women's College World Series. Experience the greatest show on dirt with the best seats in the house. Enter now at ncaa.com/WCWS. Oregon 2, Ole Miss 1. Top of the 5th inning. Top of the order coming up for Ole Miss. It'll be the third time through against Lindsey Grine. The Rebels have had their opportunities, but 5 left on base. 1 for 6 with runners in scoring position. And Leah, this is a team that throughout the postseason has hung their hat on offense. In their postseason wins, they have scored 7, 10, 7, 9, and 7 runs. In their losses, they scored 1, 0, 0. Well, they don't score many runs. They don't win games. They were shut out by Texas Tech last night. They've only got the 1 run so far tonight. They've got to find a way to get their bats going if they're going to keep their season alive.
Yeah, and they're also a team that actually, pitching-wise, I mean, they really don't keep a lot of teams as down. They just usually out-hit or outscore those teams. But today, and even yesterday against Texas Tech, only gave up 1 run. So pitching has been doing a lot better as well.
Jaden Pone steps in to lead things off, and the first pitch hitter came inside and got her. Now, Pone did not make an attempt to get out of the way, but as we talked about in our first game tonight, you don't have to. You just can't lean into a pitch. Now, Missy Lombardi is coming out to talk to the home plate umpire, Aaron Peterson. I'm sure we'll see a replay. Watching it live, it appeared that Pone just stood there.
Well, and because Lindsey Grine goes away to all these hitters, I mean, she really, that's the corner. She's always just pounding the outside part of the zone to these hitters. And so, of course, you want to crowd the plate, right? You want to get on, force her to try to see if she'll come inside. But in that situation, once she does, now she's got to be more careful, and she ends up letting the ball get away from her a little bit.
We are getting a look at a replay. Yeah, Pone definitely did not try to get out of the way, that's for sure, but it does not appear that she leaned into it. And Oregon is not going to challenge. So Pone is aboard to start the 5th inning. And that'll bring up Lair Boutte. 14th batter that Grine has hit this season. First pitch to Boutte. She bunts back toward the circle. Cut off by the third baseman Flannery, who throws to first. The second baseman Jones covering. It'll be a sacrifice that goes 5-4. And Pone moves up to second base. So Lara Boutte drops down the sacrifice bunt. Runner in scoring position with 1 out now. And here comes Aaliyah Binford, who has had some good swings against Grine tonight. She has lined out twice. Once to shortstop and once to center field. Binford, a right-handed batter. Grine looks in for the sign. Here's the windup and the first pitch on the way. Binford, a big swing and a miss. And the count, no balls and 1 strike. To go back to your point about Ole Miss and the fact that their pitching wasn't exactly holding people in check. Talked about the runs they scored. The opposition scored plenty against them as well. Give you the exact numbers here after Grimes 0-1, and now she asked for time. Mississippi's wins, Ole Miss's wins, 7-4, 10-8, 7-3, 9-7, and 7-4. So they were giving up plenty, but they were scoring plenty. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Binford, and it misses outside. Count now 1 ball and 1 strike. As you mentioned, the pitching has been much better here, but the offense has gone south. So while Jamie Traxel, I'm sure, is very happy to see some better results in the circle, she'd like to see the offense pick up again. 1 ball and 1 strike. Here comes the pitch. Binford swings, hard ground ball, hit foul, wide of the bag at third. Well, you get the feeling that Aaliyah Binford is seeing Lindsey Grine pretty well.
Yeah, I think she is. I mean, she looks really good in the box in her last 2 at-bats, just making solid contact. And you got to do that. I like that they're kind of playing old school softball. You don't see as many people executing the bunt as often, even if they want to go to it. But I like in this inning, they're down by 1, and they do move that leadoff runner to second base on the bunt. So let's see if their number 3 hitter can come through in Binford.
1 ball and 2 strikes. Grine is ready. She rocks. She deals. The pitch is swung on. Bouncing ball hit on the right side. To her left is second baseman Jones. She's up with it and throws to first for the out. Pone goes to third on the play. So 60 feet away with 2 outs now. And Percy Yamas is coming to the plate.
When I'm noticing all these hitters now are towing the line. They're really trying to just take away that outside pitch. But even with Binford, with her toes on the line, that outside pitch, she just ended up sticking her bat out and not making great contact.
So here comes Yamas. She has singled in a run. She has reached on an error. Missy Lombardi again is out of the dugout. And talking to the home plate umpire, and I think we're going to see some sort of change here. Lombardi is walking out to the circle. I think we're going to get a new pitcher. So it looks like Lindsey Grine is going to come out of the game. And Oregon is going to go to the bullpen. So Grine is waiting. She will hand over the ball. Then Stacy Chambers is going to take over here with a runner at third and 2 outs in the top of the 5th inning. And Grine will jog off to the dugout. Big smile on her face. Oregon fans behind the dugout stand and applaud her effort. And lefty Stacy Chambers will come on for her 16th appearance of the year. 3-0 with a 3.91 ERA. She has only pitched 28 2/3 innings. Allowed 26 hits, 17 runs, 16 earned. She has walked 15, struck out 40, and opponents are hitting .234 against her. So she will be the choice here in the 5th inning in relief of Grine. Last night it was Elise Sokolsky who came on and gave up the 2-run home run that allowed UCLA to get the win. Tonight it is Chambers.
Yeah, and they're going to elect to go to the lefty as she's going to face the 4-hitter, Percy Yamas, a left-handed hitter, and you do think this is very matchup-based, and I think also just because Percy Yamas has been also getting a good look. You talk about Binford and how well she had been hitting and making contact against Grine, but I feel like Yamas is the other one who really has been seeing it well tonight.
So Stacy Chambers will go through her warm-up pitches here. Transfer from Cal State Fullerton. 17-6 with a 2.07 ERA for the Titans last year. She was a first-team All-Big West selection. She has not given up a run in 6 of her last 7 outings. This will be her 4th appearance of the NCAA tournament. In the Eugene Regional, she pitched against Stanford in Game 2, a game where the Cardinal really punished the Ducks, and Chambers allowed 3 runs in just 2/3 of an inning. But in the decisive Game 5 of that regional, Chambers threw 4 1/3 innings of scoreless softball at the Cardinal. Then in the Super Regional against Liberty, she pitched in Game 1, 2 1/3 innings, 1 hit, did not allow a run. She was the winning pitcher in relief that night for the Ducks. So here is Yamas. Runner at third, 2 outs, 2-1, Oregon on top of the 5th inning. First pitch on the way, swinging a liner, hit foul out of play to the left. And the count, no balls and 1 strike. Lefties hitting 182 against Chambers this year. They are 8 for 44. After the ground out by Binford, Ole Miss here in the World Series has gone a combined 4 for 30. Here's the windup by Chambers, the 0-1. Swing and a foul tip back into the glove of the catcher Cox, and the count is 0-2. Chambers, a senior from San Diego, trying to retire Yamas here and keep Oregon in front. No balls, 2 strikes to Percy Yamas. Here's the windup and the pitch. Down low, smothered by Cox, holding the runner Pone at third base. And it's now 1 ball and 2 strikes on Percy Yamas. RBI base hit in the 1st inning, reached on an error by the shortstop Sinicki in the 4th. All kinds of room up the middle here. Chambers, the wind, the 1-2 pitch home, way outside. And on the count now, 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Well, I thought it was Grine that just, the way they set up these hitters and continuously pitch away from, but they're electing to do that the same thing with a lefty on lefty with Stacy Chambers.
Chambers into the windup. And now the 2-2 pitch. Swing and a fly ball hit down the left field line that'll slice foul into the seats. And it's still 2 balls and 2 strikes on Percy Yamas. Yamas, 4 home runs, 10 RBIs in her last 11 games. Coming into tonight, she already has an RBI tonight, so we'll make it 11 RBIs in her last 12 now. Going 81 straight at bats without striking out. That's pretty impressive for a freshman.
Yeah, that's good contact. That's seeing the ball well and really timing it up.
Yamas this season has only struck out 11 times. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And Chambers brings it in. Swinging a line drive, right field base hit. That'll tie the game. In to score from third is Pone. Yamas delivers, and Ole Miss is not in the game at 2.
And that's clutch hitting. We've been talking about how that is what they've been lacking here, but we know that they are capable. They did it through regionals on the road. They did it at super regionals at Arkansas, and now finally getting something working together. It's a pitch on the outside half of the plate, not on the corner, but because she's towing the line, Yamas able to pull this pitch, stays all the way through it, and she really tattoos that ball to right field.
Second RBI of the night for Yamas, her 55th of the year. She has tied Aaliyah Binford for the all-time Ole Miss single-season record. Well, Binford came into tonight at 55. She's still there. Yamas with a couple of RBIs has joined the party, and Missy Lombardi is going back out to the circle. And are we going to see another new pitcher? And it looks like we are. The call has gone to the bullpen, so they brought in Chambers to go lefty-lefty. It didn't work out as Yamas delivered. And now Elise Sokolsky is coming in out of the bullpen for Oregon. The third Ducks pitcher of the night, and she will square off with Lexi Brady. Do you love golf? Turn your passion into a profession. Get started on your PGA career at pga.com/workingolf. So Elise Sokolsky coming on to make her 45th appearance of the year. Sokolsky, 17-5 with a 2.08 ERA. She has worked 148 in the third innings, given up 117 hits, 50 runs, 44 earned, 41 walks, and 135 strikeouts for Sokolsky. Opponents bat .214 against her. She came in last night and ended up surrendering the walk-off home run. Didn't have to wait too long to get back in the circle, and she comes into a big spot here with Ole Miss having just tied the game. Sokolsky trying to make sure the Rebels do no further damage.
When I thought she actually was doing a really nice job in the circle for the Ducks until giving up that home run. And so that pitch, obviously, I'm sure she wishes she could take it back, but I think you forget that, you flush it, and tonight's a new night, and hopefully you learn from that as well, and you just think, okay, I got to locate, I got to make sure I keep it down. Has a really good curveball to both sides of the plate.
So Sokolsky against Lexi Brady here. Brady tonight is grounded into a fielder's choice and struck out. And the first pitch, Brady takes in the dirt, smothered by Cox, and the count 1 ball and no strikes. Lexi Brady, the team leader, with 17 home runs on the year. Infield and outfield play straight away. Yamas the runner at first base. Here's the windup and the pitch, and Brady swings and wraps a ground ball down to third. Taken on 2 hops by Flannery. She throws across to first in time for the out, and that will end the inning. But Ole Miss ties the game. They get a run on a hit, no errors. They leave 1. Bottom of the 5th inning is coming up. Oregon and Ole Miss tied at 2. From the Westwood One NCAA Radio Network, this is the Women's College World Series.
As an organ donor, your story doesn't have to end. The good in you can live on. In fact, you could save up to 8 lives with your gifts. Your heart could keep beating. Your kidneys could keep filtering. And your intestines could keep on digesting for others. And that's not all. You can improve the lives of 50 more people as an eye and tissue donor, restoring sight and health. And you're not just helping out the person receiving the transplant. You're touching whole families with your life-saving gift. Register in minutes. Just go to organdonor.gov. You'll be happy you did. And just maybe, someone else will be happy too. Sign up today. Go to organdonor.gov. It saves lives. U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Health Resources and Services Administration.
For more than 75 years, the VA Home Loan Benefit has helped millions of eligible veterans and service members achieve their piece of the American dream, a home for their families. Did you know that you could purchase a home or refinance your current home loan with your VA Home Loan Benefit? VA home loans have lower closing costs and generally enjoy lower interest rates than other borrowers. The VA Home Loan may save you thousands of dollars on your mortgage. For more information, visit www.va.gov or talk to a lender of your choice. Choose VA.
A reminder to join us again tomorrow for a Women's College World Series doubleheader. First up, Oklahoma takes on Texas at 3 p.m. Eastern. Then it'll be Texas Tech against UCLA at 7 Eastern. We'll have all the action right here on most of these same Westwood One stations. You can also hear the broadcast via the Varsity Network app, the NCAA Women's College World Series app, Alexa-enabled devices, or on the Westwood One Sports app. Second game of the night here in Oklahoma City, 2-2 between Ole Miss and Oregon. As we go to the bottom of the fifth inning, in our opener tonight, the Tennessee Volunteers run-ruled the Florida Gators 11-3 in 5 innings. So Tennessee's season continues. They will play again on Sunday. And the winner of this game will also be in action on Sunday. Who's it going to be, Oregon or Ole Miss, that moves on? The Rebels tying the game in the top of the fifth inning. A 2-out RBI base hit by Percy Yamas. Knots it up, and now Brianna Lopez goes out looking for the shutdown inning, but she's going to have to do it against the top of the Oregon order, beginning with Kai Lushar, who was reached on an error, scored a run, and grounded out to shortstop. Here's Lopez, first pitch to Lushar. She runs up, she bunts it foul behind the plate. And the count, no balls and 1 strike. One thing about Kai Lushar, when she bunts, she is not looking to see where the ball goes. She is just immediately sprinting down to first base. And you know, last night, Leah, in the Oregon-UCLA game, saw UCLA bring up Seneca Curro to pinch hit, to lay down a bunt. She laid down a bunt that was out in front of the plate as Lopez delivers the 0-1. And that one misses low, 1 ball and 1 strike. Curro did not run immediately. She thought the ball was going to spin foul, so she stood at home plate. The ball ended up spinning fair. Had she taken off right away, she might have beaten it out. Here's Lopez, 1-1. And Lushar slaps one past the third baseman Lansdale down the left field line. Lushar racing around first into second base with a slide. The speed of Kai Lushar on display to start the bottom of the fifth inning. And the Ducks have the go-ahead run at second base with nobody out.
Well, and I like the fact that because Lansdale is up close at third base trying to play the slap, it's the hard slap that Lushar goes to, and this just not able to come up with it. Lansdale, the ball ricochets off of her, and as soon as that happens and that ball goes into foul territory, the speed of Lushar, she's going to be on second all day.
Yeah, really no chance for Lansdale. And unfortunately for her, the ball ricocheted off her and then kind of died rolling down the left field line. And with that great speed of Kai Lushar, she got to second base. So now here is Kedri Lushar, who had an RBI single last night. And Brianna Lopez, first pitch to Kedri. It's bunted down to third, picked up by Lansdale. Throw to first, threw it down the right field line. Kai Lushar is in to score. Kedri around second. She's going to third, in there with a slide. Oregon has retaken the lead. The Ducks on top 3-2.
Well, this is what happens when you have speed and you put pressure on. That was a hard bunt to third baseman Lansdale, but she knew she had to get rid of it super quick. And because she does, that pressure gets put on and she launches that ball into right field. Second baseman Pickens is coming across, but that ball is well to her right. She's not able to stop it, and just the speed of Kedri Lushar, she's on third base.
Yeah, no chance at all for Mackenzie Pickens. That throw was well wide. So they're actually going to score it as a single and then a throwing error. So give Kedri Lushar a bunt base hit that scores Kai Lushar. And then Kedri goes around to third base on the throwing error by Lansdale. Lansdale, who coming into tonight had 3 errors all year, has made 2 in this game.
Yeah, and the fact I think that ball was hit so hard prior, right? And now you're having to stay back, but you got to play the bunt. And in that situation, I mean, she just launches it. She tries to get the speed, but because of how hard she throws it and because it's offline, I mean, that ball is well into the right field line.
That run scored by Kai Lushar is her 65th of the season. That is a new Oregon single-season record. Here's Riley McCoy now. And the first pitch to her spins down in the dirt for ball 1. Ole Miss has the infield shifted. 3 infielders to the left is second. And everybody is up close against McCoy, who has popped up and walked. 1 ball, no strikes. Here comes the pitch. And McCoy takes very high. That'll run the count to 2 balls and no strikes. So Ole Miss ties the game. Oregon immediately jumps back in front. And now looking to pad their advantage. 2-0 the count to Riley McCoy. Here's Lopez delivery, and the pitch is swung on. Line drive left center, down for a base hit. That's going to go to the wall. Kedri Lushar is in to score. Riley McCoy to second base with a stand-up double. And Oregon has taken a 4-2 lead here in the bottom of the 5th inning. The 59th RBI of the season for the freshman Riley McCoy.
Well, and that's a Riley McCoy that Oregon is used to seeing. I mean, she crushes this ball to left center field. She takes an outside pitch that's just underneath her knee and elevates it and hits it into that left center gap all the way to the wall. 1 hops the fence. Plenty of time for a stand-up double.
32nd extra base hit of the season for McCoy. That is a new Oregon single-season record. And it looks like we are going to have a change here for Ole Miss. Jamie Traxel out of the Ole Miss dugout. Meanwhile, Oregon is also going to make a change. It's going to be Elise Crescio who comes on to pinch run for Riley McCoy at second base. So Crescio will run for McCoy. There is still a meeting going on in the circle for Ole Miss. Jamie Traxel talking to the home plate umpire, Aaron Peterson. So I think we're going to get a new pitcher here. Just waiting to see who it's going to be. Maybe Miley Wachenio. I think she had been down in the bullpen. And it looks like it is going to be Miley Wachenio that is going to come on to pitch. Aaliyah Binford pitched last night and was terrific for Ole Miss. And now Wachenio on for her 40th appearance of the year. 12 in relief, 16-11 with a 3.44 ERA. 146 and 2/3 innings, 121 hits allowed, 82 runs, 72 earned. She has walked 81, struck out 172, and opponents batting .223 against her. Now, Brianna Lopez gave it everything she had tonight. And, Leah, I don't think her final line is going to reflect necessarily the way that she pitched. Did not get a lot of help behind her in this game.
Yeah, I agree with you. I really think that it's tough to go out there and give all that you have. I like the fact that she had kept hitters off balance, really mixed in her off-speed pitch well. But her defense, it's hard to just sustain that when your defense kind of falters behind you. You get those extra outs, you get the extra runs, and really just tough. But, you know, I think that she's going to look to them to say, hey, can our bats get us back in this? And right now it's going to be with Wachenio that they're going to see if she can turn things around.
Well, and again, look, this is no disrespect to Lopez, Wachenio, anybody. Again, Binford was great last night. This is not a team that has arms like Nyjah Kennedy that's going to go throw up zeros and you get one run and say, there you go, we're in good shape.
Yeah, I agree.
This is a team that needs to score 6-7 runs if they're going to win games. It's what they've done throughout the postseason, as we talked about. And they have not been able to do that so far. They still have time left to do it in this game. In the meantime, Wachenio, the freshman, comes in, leads the team in appearances, starts, innings pitched, wins, and strikeouts. She's actually third on the Ole Miss single-season strikeout list. She had a big game back just before Valentine's Day, February 13th against Southern Miss. She pitched 10 innings, struck out 19. You want to know the ultimate insult? She lost that game. Final score, though, to what we were just talking about, was 2-1.
Yeah, it's so interesting how the game goes because your team is known for putting up a lot of runs yourself, and when you struggle to do that, your pitching is also doing a lot better as well.
Paige Sinicki is at the plate, and Wachenio's first pitch is inside. And the count 1 ball and no strikes. Nobody out, runner at second base. Oregon on top 4-2. Sinicki tonight, a bunt base hit, a double, a stolen base, and a run score. Here's the windup and the pitch. And Sinicki shows bunt, pulls the bat back, takes inside. And the count now 2-0.
But I just think this Oregon lineup is so different. It is not your typical lineup. You have the speed at the top, that's normal. But in the 4-hitter, Paige Sinicki, she has so much speed. And that's the thing, she utilizes it. She's not going to be that big power hitter, but she gives a lot of options from that right side.
Here's Wachenio's 2-0. That's bunted foul behind the plate, 2-1. Yeah, Sinicki does not have the build of your prototypical cleanup batter. She stands 5'2".
Well, and then think about it. I mean, right now she just tried to lay down 2 bunts. You're here at Oklahoma City. How many teams in the country you think has their number 4 hitter that's trying to put down a bunt? But she has so much speed, so she can beat you different ways.
2 balls and 1 strike, the count to Sinicki. Pinch runner Crescio at second base. Wachenio brings home the pitch. Sinicki shows bunt, pulls the bat back, takes low and inside, and the count 3-1. Now, there are a lot of analytical folks around the country who look at a team with a 2-run lead in the bottom of the 5th inning with a runner at second and nobody out, who are throwing up in their mouth a little bit at the thought of laying down a sacrifice bunt here. But this is what Oregon does. That one's bunted out in front of the plate, picked up by Lansdale, throws to first, in time for the out. Sacrifice is successful. Crescio moves on to third base.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't think there's many teams that would elect to use that, but they're staying true to themselves. Like you mentioned, they know what has gotten them here, and it is being able to play small ball. Not only that, after the ball had been thrown away, you're also putting pressure on defense to see if that might happen again.
No doubt. And I think Oregon feels like, hey, we're not sure how much more Ole Miss can score. We can tack on another run, get a 3-run lead. That could be huge. Here's Des Patman. And the first pitch is taken down to the dirt, ball 1. Patman, a 2-run single in the first. Struck out swinging in the third. It was a big at-bat for her in the first inning. Came up with runners at second and third. 2 outs in the inning, though. Looked like maybe Lopez was about to get out of trouble. And Patman laced that single into left field. Jamie Traxel, the Ole Miss head coach, back out of the dugout. And she has her lineup card out, talking to the home plate umpire, Aaron Peterson. Ole Miss players all looking over into the dugout. And here comes Aaliyah Binford. And I think Binford is going to pitch. So Wachenio came in just to face Sinicki, apparently. And now Aaliyah Binford is going to go to the circle. So, interesting choice there. Bring Binford in to pitch for the 29th time this year. Now, immediately your thought is, all right, runner at third, 1 out. Maybe you're looking for the strikeout. Well, Wachenio is the team leader in strikeouts. Well, maybe just a fact that Jamie Traxel likes what she saw at Binford last night and wants to go to her here. So she'll come on with a runner at third base and 1 out to face Patman, along with the Hall of Famer Leah Amico. I'm Ryan Radke here in Oklahoma City. You're listening to the Women's College World Series on Westwood One, presented by Marriott. Take your game day rituals on the road with Marriott Bonvoy. Over 30 hotel brands for every kind of fan. Explore more at MarriottBonvoy.com/NCAA. Well, we'll see what Aaliyah Binford has in store for an encore after her performance last night. Tough luck loser in that game against Texas Tech. Binford, 6 innings, 4 hits, an unearned run. 1 walk and 1 strikeout on the wrong end of a 1-0 decision. Infield will come in as Binford gets set to face Des Patman. First pitch on the way. In there for a called strike, and it's 0-1.
When in her last at-bat, Des Patman, Brianna Lopez just continued to throw off-speed after off-speed. Last night, that was a big pitch for Aaliyah Binford against Texas Tech. She kept those hitters off balance the entire game.
Here's the 1-1 to the plate. Squeeze play is on. It's bunted foul behind the plate, so the Ducks go to the suicide squeeze. Patman fouls it off, and the count now 1 ball and 2 strikes. I feel like I'm back in the 1980s watching the St. Louis Cardinals or the Kansas City Royals. Here's the windup and the 1-2. Check swing, and that one just fouled off by Patman.
Yeah, she was way out in front of that off-speed pitch.
Aaliyah Binford has been pitching well. 8 of her last 10 outings, she has given up 2 or fewer runs, including that start last night against Texas Tech. Here's the windup and the 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Binford blows away Patman, going upstairs with the heater. And with 2 outs, that'll bring up Kaylin Jones. So maybe Jamie Traxel was looking for the strikeout, and Aaliyah Binford gives it to her.
Yeah, I agree. Just a good setup in that situation because they kept going to that off-speed pitch, and you know as a hitter, Patman is thinking potentially that, but then she comes with the heat away with a curveball.
So here's Kaylin Jones. Jones has popped up twice. Left-handed batter, Binford delivers. First pitch is in there for a called strike. And the count is 0-1. Certainly was an enjoyable conversation with Aaliyah Binford the other day. She is really having fun with this Ole Miss team. She was just all smiles when she came in to see us. 0-1 pitch is in there at the knees for a called strike. And the count very quickly is 0-2. Binford checks her wrist for the sign. And the pitch is fouled away. Keep it at 0 balls and 2 strikes. I actually asked Aaliyah Binford, what's it like to get here to Oklahoma City and play? She said, I really haven't figured out all of my emotions yet. And there's no way I can put it into words. And the rest of the time she sat in that room, she was just all smiles, laughing, just like the rest of her teammates. 0-2 pitch to the plate, swing, and a foul tip. Off-speed pitch, Jones was way out in front, just got a piece. We'll do it again at 0-2.
Yeah, Binford was talking about just coming over from Baylor and that she was just so thankful to be finishing up her career at Ole Miss. Really has taken to not only these athletes on this team, but this coaching staff. And you could tell truly was excited about how she was finishing out her career.
0 balls and 2 strikes, the count to Kaylin Jones. Binford brings it home, and the pitch is swung on, line foul down the left field line. Well, Binford, along with her teammates, to a woman said, look, we're not supposed to be here. We're having fun. We have nothing to lose. Sometimes teams hate that phrase. They said it, no, we have nothing to lose. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swinging a ground ball, hit foul behind the plate. Maybe the best quote of the entire day on Tuesday was when Brianna Lopez looked at us and said, we've got nothing to lose. We already got the merch. We already got the bags. What more do we need?
She was not lying. She was serious. But you had asked them, are you playing with a chip on your shoulder? Because they really don't get the respect. And they said, absolutely, we are. And we love being the underdog.
Blair Boutte said, we've got a big chip on our shoulder. 0-2 pitch again. A little bit high outside, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Look, Ole Miss may not come back and win this game. They may be 2-Q here in Oklahoma City. But if they are, they did not lose because they were intimidated. This was a team that came in with absolutely, in my opinion, the right attitude. Here's the 1-2 pitch to the plate, swinging a line drive at a left center field base hit. In to score from third is Crescio. Kaylin Jones delivers an RBI single. Oregon is pushed across 3 in the 5th, and they have taken a 5-2 lead.
And I like Kaylin Jones in that spot because she has so much speed, a lefty who really is a triple threat, but she gets in a high up outside pitch and she drives it to center field. And so quality piece of hitting, the freshman coming through in that 6th spot.
So that'll bring up Emma Cox. Cox has walked and popped up to second base. Oregon now with a 3-run edge. First pitch on the way. Up high inside, and the count 1 ball and no strikes to Emma Cox.
And if Oregon pulls out this win, I tell you, it will be so huge for Lindsey Grine because, you know, being able to get some rest, being the ace, like you've talked about in so many games this season for the Ducks.
1 ball and no strikes. Here's the pitch up high, and the count 2-0. Rest. Lindsey Grine scoffs at your rest. She's ready to pitch later tonight.
She'll probably working out tomorrow if they pull out this win.
She'll go throw a 100-pitch bullpen tomorrow. 2 balls and no strikes. The count to Emma Cox. The pitch on the way is high, and the count 3-0. Oregon had 3 hits in the first 4 innings of this game. They have 4 hits in this 5th inning, pushing across 3 runs. It all began with the Kai Luchard double down the left field line. As Binford deals the 3-0 home to Cox, way outside all the way to the backstop, ball 4. So Jones will head to second base, Cox down to first. 2 on, 2 out. Katie Flannery coming up. There are a lot of terrific leadoff hitters around the country, but you got to believe that Kai Luchard has started as many rallies as anybody this year.
Yeah, and I think it's that 3rd time through the lineup, all about adjustments, right? What are you going to do? And to me, it was truly just being able to come up and lead by example. That leadoff has to be a spark plug.
Here's Flannery. She's popped up a bunt and flied to left. And Binford's first pitch to her is in there for a called strike at 54 miles an hour. 0-1 to Katie Flannery, the Oregon 3rd baseman. Ducks 5, Rebels 2. We're in the bottom of the 5th inning. Winner moves on to Sunday. They'll play the loser of the Texas-Oklahoma game tomorrow. The 0-1 in there for a called strike. And the count is 0-2. Came back with a 68-mile-an-hour pitch. Jones out at second. Cox over at first. Binford trying to close down this bottom of the 5th inning. She's got the sign. She's ready. Here's the pitch on the way. Swinging a fly ball. Lofted down the left field line. Long run. Pone dives and comes up empty in foul territory. Good effort by Jaden Pone, the SEC all-defensive selection. And we'll do it again. No balls and 2 strikes. Kai Luchard opened the inning with a double. Kedri Luchard, a bunt base hit. A play on which there was an error sending Kendry all the way around to third. Riley McCoy had an RBI double. Paige Sinicki a sac bunt. Patman struck out. Here's the pitch home. Swing and a miss and 1 down to the dirt. Lexi Brady will throw to first. That'll complete the strikeout. And the inning comes to an end. Kaylin Jones an RBI single. Emma Cox a walk. Before that strikeout, the inning is over, but the damage done. Oregon scores 3 times in the inning, and as we go to the 6th, it's Oregon 5, Ole Miss 2. You're listening to the Women's College World Series on the Westwood One NCAA Radio Network.
Ready to order.
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu!
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
So we asked, why call them stands if you're going to sit in them? Yes, you in the back.
Professor, it's NCAA championship season. We'll be in the stands, but are we ready?
You prepared to bring it? Wear your colors loud? Yell, shuffle, shake? Oh, you're ready. The NCAA championships. Attendance is encouraged. Passion is mandatory. Buy your seats today at ncaa.com/tickets.
With Marriott Bonvoy, take your game day rituals on the road. No matter how you show your team spirit, find a stay for your style when you explore our entire world of hotel brands and experiences. Marriott Bonvoy has a brand for every kind of fan. Marriott Bonvoy, official hotel partner of the NCAA. Explore more at marriottbonvoy.com/NCAA.
Stay up to date on college sports with Westwood One's This Week in the NCAA. From student-athlete profiles to rule changes and results from all 90 championships to the latest news, This Week in the NCAA covers it all. Listen for it on many of these same stations. Listen anytime on the Westwood One Sports app or online at westwoodonesports.com. Top of the 6th inning, Oregon 5, Ole Miss 2. Elise Sokolsky back out to work, facing Mackenzie Pickens, Ashton Lansdale, and Angelina De Leon. And been talking about Ole Miss trying to get those bats going. They are running out of time, just 6 outs to play with here tonight if Ole Miss is going to keep its season alive.
Yeah, you really got to start putting it together. And first time you're seeing Sokolsky, you got to make quick adjustments pitch to pitch. You got to be on time.
Sokolsky is a junior from Arkansas, Rogers, Arkansas. Did you visit Rogers when you were in Arkansas for the regional?
No, I did not.
Did not make the trip, huh?
No.
Second team All Big Ten selection. Second team All Pac-12 a year ago. It's her 3rd season in Eugene. She opened her collegiate career pitching at UConn. So Sokolsky against Mackenzie Pickens, who was popped to first and drawn a walk. And the first pitch on the way to Pickens is very high. It pops away from the catcher Cox to the backstop. And the count 1 ball and no strikes. Sokolsky had a terrific freshman season at UConn, 20-6, 2.55 ERA, 180 Ks, and then made the decision to come out west. 1-0 pitch is down low. And the count 2 balls and no strikes. Righty-righty matchup here. Sokolsky against Pickens. The 2-0 in there for a strike, 2-1. Mackenzie Pickens, meanwhile, from Flowery Branch, Georgia, just outside Atlanta. Twin sister Madison plays in college. She's at Louisville. Here's the 2-1. Pickens takes a called strike. 62 miles an hour. And it's now 2 balls and 2 strikes. Mackenzie Pickens played at Buford High School, which is a terrific high school program in the state of Georgia. Won a couple of state titles. 2-2 pitch on the way. Swinging a ground ball up the middle into center field. Base hit. So Mackenzie Pickens opens the top of the 6th inning with a single. And that'll bring up Ashton Lansdale. And for Lansdale, you got to believe that she has been dying to get to the plate. It's been kind of a tough night for the senior. Had a couple of errors in the field. She struck out looking in her at bat back in the 2nd inning, but still a chance to do some damage here.
Yeah, I agree. I think when you have those mistakes on defense, you just feel terrible, and you want to redeem it, and so you get the bat in your hand, and you feel like that's one way that you can contribute and make it a positive difference for your team.
Lansdale, another Georgia native from Marietta. Mentioned she played baseball growing up all the way to JC. First pitch on the way. Lansdale takes in there for a called strike, 0-1. Played at Georgia Highlands Junior College for a year. And eventually making her way here to Ole Miss to play softball. No balls and 1 strike the count. Here's the pitch. Swing and a chopper hit up the third base line, foul. And the count, no balls and 2 strikes. Lansdale played for the USA Women's National Baseball Team. Won a gold medal at the 2019 Pan Am Games. No balls and 2 strikes the count to the Ole Miss third baseman. Sokolsky looks in to get the sign. Here's the windup. The right-hander fires, and Lansdale swings, and it's a ground ball foul back behind home plate. We'll do it again at 0-2. Lansdale also spent some time playing for the Savannah Bananas over the summer.
Yeah, I'm sure just that alone, that experience. I watched some video of it, and I mean, it's funny. on the field, you wouldn't think she's that personality. I mean, she was eating it up. They were putting a crown on her head and everything.
0-2 pitch on the way. Swinging a ground ball. He passed the circle to shortstop. Charged by Sinicki. Throws to second, and it's in time to get the force. Well done by Paige Sinicki. Had to charge that softly hit ground ball. Knew where she was going the entire way. And gets it to second base in time to cut down the lead runner, Pickens.
Yeah, I like that. It was a mishit ball. Lansdale was out in front of it. And that was a close play. But the best play, right, to get the lead runner and make that out at second base.
So score at 6-4 on the putout. Here's Angelina De Leon now. De Leon has grounded out to shortstop and walked. Here comes the first pitch. De Leon takes off speed and low, ball one. De Leon with 19 RBIs on the year. And the pitch is swung on, ground ball into left field, base hit. Hustling to second base and stopping there is Lansdale. 2 on for Ole Miss, and the tying run is coming to the plate.
When you start to wonder how long they will stick with Sokolsky, will they elect to go back to Lindsey Grine with this lead of 3 runs here in the 6th inning?
Well, Missy Lombardi is out of the dugout. We may be getting an answer to that question here very shortly. Elise Sokolsky does lead the Big Ten in saves this year. But Missy Lombardi is walking out to the circle, and it looks like the call has gone to the bullpen. But this does not look like, well, I was going to say it didn't look like Grine, but hang on a second. The gate has opened up, and it is going to be Lindsey Grine that is walking in from the bullpen. So Grine slowly making her way out to the circle, and we will step aside. Ole Miss has 2 runners aboard, 1 out. Top of the 6th inning. Oregon on top 5-2. You are listening to the Women's College World Series on the Westwood One NCAA Radio Network.
With Marriott Bonvoy, take your game day rituals on the road. No matter how you show your team spirit, find a stay for your style when you explore our entire world of hotel brands and experiences. Marriott Bonvoy has a brand for every kind of fan. Marriott Bonvoy, official hotel partner of the NCAA. Explore more at marriottbonvoy.com/NCAA.
The NCAA Men's Final Four. Every whoop, high five, shout, and holler gets your team one step closer to the promised land. Any questions?
Professor, are we ready?
You prepare to open a can of fandom and cheer like you've never done it before? Oh, you're ready. We're cutting down some nets now. The NCAA Men's Final Four, April 4th and 6th, 2026 in Indianapolis. Apply for seats today at ncaa.com/men's final four.
Along with a Hall of Famer, Leah Amico, I'm Ryan Radke here in Oklahoma City. You're listening to the Women's College World Series on Westwood One, presented by Marriott. Take your game day rituals on the road with Marriott Bonvoy. Over 30 hotel brands for every kind of fan. Explore more at marriottbonvoy.com/NCAA. So Lindsey Grine back into pitch. Ole Miss with 2 on, 1 out. Top of the 6th inning, Oregon leading it by a score of 5-2. And Taylor Malvin is the hitter for the Rebels. Malvin reached on an error back in the 3rd inning. She was pinch hit for with the bases loaded in the 4th inning. Rachel Connors grounded out to second. 2 on, 1 out. Lindsey Grine ready. First pitch coming to the left-handed batting Taylor Malvin, and that one is taken for a called strike over the outside corner, 0-1. Oregon 5, Ole Miss 2. Here's the windup by Grime, the 0-1 offering to the plate. That one misses outside. And the count evens at 1 ball and 1 strike.
Well, I think Ole Miss hitters were right on Elise Sokolsky's drop ball. She's a pitcher that's more down in the zone, where you'll see Grine will add in that rise ball more often.
Here's the windup and the 1-1 pitch. Low outside, Malvin running up. looking for a slap opportunity. 2 balls and 1 strike to count now to her. Top of the order, Jaden Pone will be next for Ole Miss.
When they stay away to that left side, you want to feed your third baseman, see if maybe she could try to turn a double play.
Grind looks in for the sign. And now the 2-1 offering home. That one swung on, hit foul back behind the plate. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Ole Miss scored in the top of the first inning tonight, took a 1-0 lead. Oregon immediately answered with 2 in the bottom of the first. Stayed 2-1 until the top of the 5th inning when Ole Miss tied it on a 2-out RBI single by Percy Yamas. But Oregon came right back with 3 in the bottom of the 5th. On top 5-2, there has been 5 errors between the two teams in this game tonight. Here's Lindsey Grind's 2-2 pitch to the plate, and that's swung on, fouled away. Malvin with a check swing just fights that one off. It's not exactly been a Picasso tonight, but if you win, you don't care.
Yeah, and I think it's huge, the fact that tomorrow would be an off day for whoever, it will be an off day for whoever comes out of this.
2 balls and 2 strikes. Grind rocks back on the pitching slab and fires. Swinging a foul back. Boy, again, Malvin running up. That pitch was up around her shoulders and somehow still got a piece of it and fouled it away.
Well, that's the rise ball I was talking about, right? She gets ahead and these hitters staying alive, and a nice job by Malvin to be able to get a piece of that. But that's the pitch you got to make sure either you lay off of or you're not swinging as she tries to take it higher.
2 balls and 2 strikes. Grind ready again. And now delivers. Swinging a little chopper at foul up along the third base side. I can't imagine how difficult it would be to be running up in the batter's box and then trying to hit a rise ball at about 67, 68 miles an hour.
Yeah, I agree. That's probably the hardest pitch, and usually as a slapper you can see that ball above your hands, but right now you got to get anything close.
2 balls and 2 strikes. Lindsey Grind delivers. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Malvin strikes out, second out of the inning, and that'll bring up Jaden Pone with 2 on and 2 out.
That's a big strikeout, and it is. It's up and away this time. That's a pitch that Sokolsky doesn't really have, and so nice strikeout right there in a big moment.
So here's Pone. Pone has reached on an error, had a bunt base hit, and been hit by a pitch, and she swings and hits one in the air down the left field line. Kylu Shar crossing into foul territory is there. She makes the catch, and the inning is over. No runs, couple of hits, no errors, and 2 left. 5.5 in the books. Oregon on top of Ole Miss by a score of 5-2. From the Westwood One NCAA Radio Network, this is the Women's College World Series.
LaShawna spent more than 5 years in foster care.
I was getting older. I didn't think I'd be adopted.
But with help from the Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption, LaShawna now has a forever family and the foundation for a bright future.
When I was adopted, it was like, wow, this is permanent.
You can help find permanent homes for children still lingering in foster care. Learn more at davethomasfoundation.org.
The Alzheimer's Association and the
Tonight's broadcast of the NCAA Women's College World Series on the Westwood One NCAA Radio Network is intended solely for the private, non-commercial use of our audience. Any reproduction, retransmission, or other use of this broadcast without the express written consent of the NCAA and Westwood One is strictly prohibited. Bottom of the sixth inning, Oregon 5, Ole Miss 2. Last chance for the Ducks to try to add on here. They will have 9-1-2 coming up against Aaliyah Binford. Binford came on in the bottom of the fifth inning, struck out Des Patman for the second out of the inning, but then allowed an RBI base hit to Kaylin Jones, walked Emma Cox before getting Katie Flannery to strike out to end the inning. Stephanie Maake leads off and takes a hack at the first pitch and fouls it away over on the third base side for strike one. Maake did not start the game tonight. She entered defensively in the third inning. She's 0 for 2, a fly ball to center and a ground ball to short. Here's the pitch. Down low inside, all the way to the screen, 1-1. Check it. Maake is 0 for 1. She grounded out to shortstop in the fourth inning. Ayanna Shaw, who started in right field tonight in the 9th spot, she did get an at-bat in the second and flied out to center field. 1 ball and 1 strike, the count to Maake. Binford, the windup and the pitch. Swinging a chopper foul off Maake's foot. And the count now 1-2. When Oregon has scored 5 or more runs this season, they have won 42 games. They are 42-0. They've got a 5-2 lead here tonight. Oregon has not hit a home run in this game. That's something that has been an indicator for them, that when they hit home runs, they win. When they don't, they usually don't win. But they have a 3-run lead here tonight, bottom of the 6th inning, and have not hit a ball out of the ballpark yet. Quick meeting between Maake and the Ducks' third base coach before the 1-2 pitch from Binford. It's on the way, and it is down low. It is off the glove of the catcher, Lexi Brady. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Top of the order, Kylu Shar waiting on deck. She has definitely had an impact on this game tonight, scoring 2 of Oregon's 5 runs. And in the process, setting a new Oregon single-season record for runs scored. Here's Binford's 2-2. Check swing, and she went around, strike 3. Binford threw the off-speed pitch, and Maake could not hold up. So Binford picks up her 3rd strikeout. 1 away, that'll bring up Kylu Shar. Lushar is 1 for 3, doubled in the 5th inning. She has scored a couple of runs.
Yeah, this will be Binford's first time facing Kylu Shar.
Here's Binford's first pitch. And that one misses inside, ball 1. What's it like defensively when you have a hitter like Lushar at the plate, especially when you're on the infield?
You know, it's so hard because you've got to be looking hands and see if there's any way that she starts to turn, that you start to crash hard, but otherwise you got to be able to play the ball. I think on the left side, obviously, you got to play the slap. Now you have third baseman Lansdale who knows, okay, she could hit it hard at me, past me, but I also got to be able to jump on the bunt. On the right side, first base, you got to get back.
1-0 pitch missed down low, 2-0. Here's a swing and a bouncer to first. Yamas has it flipped to first, not in time. Lushar beats it out. Boy, that ball was hit about 45, maybe 50 feet. 1 bounce into the glove of Yamas, and she flipped it over to the second baseman Pickens covering, but Kylu Shar just beat it out. I mean, there's nothing more you can do if you're Ole Miss.
No, there's really not. I mean, the ball, if it hops at all, she has enough time to beat it out at first base. She is so fast.
Jamie Traxel is going to challenge this, but this is going to be a really quick review because Lushar easily beat it.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think they're going to find that there was no way. There's nothing they could do on that play.
So that goes as an infield base hit for Lushar. And now her sister Kedry is coming up to bat with Kai over at first base. Stay up to date with Westwood One Sports by following us on X. In-game highlights, direct links to listen to live games, behind-the-scenes photos, and more. Follow Westwood One Sports on X.
Safe was Ole Miss's first challenge of the game.
So really, for Jamie Traxel, just kind of a shot in the dark. I mean, that was an easy one. You can see on the replay, the ball is still in the air when Lushar is hitting first base. So now Kedry Luchar, who had a bunt base hit her last time up. See if Kai Luchar is on the move. First pitch, Kedry swings, little flare, shallow right. That's going to fall for a base hit. Kai around second, streaking to third. The throw from Boutte will come into second base, and the Ducks have runners at the corners. Well read by Kai Luchar, realizing that ball was going to drop. She took off and easily made it around to third, and the Ducks have runners at the corners.
Yeah, I agree. You got to read that ball, and when you see that it is going to be in the grass and no one's going to be able to get to it, I mean, she was running 3 all the way. She did dive head first. There was no throw, but you just love the aggressiveness and having these sisters back to back with so much speed.
So here comes Riley McCoy. McCoy will bat with 2 on and 1 out. Ducks looking to add on to this lead. Riley McCoy, an RBI double her last time up. 59 RBIs on the season for McCoy. First pitch on the way from Binford finds the outside corner for a called strike. And the count is 0-1. 5-2 Oregon here in the last of the 6th inning. In what has been a long nightcap here. The 0-1. Outside off the plate, 1 ball and 1 strike. First game tonight between Florida and Tennessee. Now, granted, it only went 4.5 innings. That was done in 1 hour and 44 minutes. We're at the 2.5 hour mark here tonight in the bottom of the 6th inning between Ole Miss and Oregon. The 1-1. Outside on the count 2-1. Good thing that we're talking about young athletes here. The Ducks played past midnight last night. Here they are past 11 o'clock tonight. For us old folks, this is tough. For the young kids, they're having fun. As Leah yawns. 2 balls and 1 strike the counts.
And Ole Miss last night, they didn't have the late game, and it was after a rain delay, but they came out and were able to play that first game, and then UCLA and Oregon had the late game.
2-1 pitch down low and inside. And the count 3-1. Well, sometimes at the Women's College World Series, we talk about the West Coast team getting the early game where they're playing at 9 a.m. on their body clocks. I guess kind of the opposite for Oregon. I mean, on their body clocks, it's only 9 p.m. So for them, it's not even late to be out here. 3 balls and 1 strike, the count here to Riley McCoy. Runners at first and third. 3 infielders to the left to second. And Binford is going to ask for time and back away from the pitching slab. Kai Luchar at third. Kedry Luchar at first. The 3-1 home to McCoy is lifted foul out of play to the right. And it's now 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Yeah, no, and it was an outside pitch that McCoy hit to left center for her hit in her last at bat. And they're continuing to throw outside to her, but they still, even with where they're throwing her, Mackenzie Pickens, the second baseman, is actually playing on the left side of the field. And so you have 3 infielders on the left side of second base. First baseman Yamas well off first base as well defensively.
New supply of baseballs, or softballs rather, for home plate umpire Aaron Peterson. As Riley McCoy climbs back in. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Binford looking for the strikeout against McCoy. Here's the pitch. Way outside, ball 4. Instead gets the walk, and now the bases are loaded. And Oregon now has got to be thinking about trying to bust this thing wide open.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I'm not convinced that was necessarily a terrible move with the power of McCoy. Now you have speed with Paige Sinicki. She's the 4th hitter, but I think in this situation you try to feed your defense and see if somehow you can end up maybe going home to 1.
Sinicki with a couple of hits tonight, officially 2 for 2. Right-handed batter, infield drawn in, and Binford's first pitch finds the outside corner for a called strike 1. The one thing I will say, with McCoy getting on and Sinicki coming up, with McCoy at the plate, you would have a chance for a double play if you could induce a ground ball. Sinicki is much harder to double up because of her speed. The 0-1. Swinging a ground ball, hits a shortstop. Taken there, throw to the plate, in time for the force. That's all they'll get. But well done by De Leon, fielding that one and firing a strike to Lexi Brady. on the plate for the force. So the putout goes 6-2. Kedry Luchar goes over to third base on the play. Riley McCoy goes to second base. And the base is loaded with 2 outs now for Des Patman.
And that's exactly what you wanted to do, right? We just talked about that, feeding your defense, getting the force out at home.
Patman, a 2-run single in the first. She has struck out in her 2 ABs since. And the first pitch is in the dirt for ball 1. Patman was the first batter that Binford faced in the 5th inning. And Aaliyah struck her out to get the second out of the inning. But then allowed an RBI single to Kaylin Jones. Binford trying to keep this at a 3-run deficit. Ole Miss will have their 2, 3, and 4 batters due up in the top of the 7th against Lindsey Grime. The 1-0 swung on, chopped foul behind the plate. 1 ball and 1 strike to Desiana Patman. Everybody calls her Des. Now her brother Desmond, who people also call Des, played wide receiver at Washington State. He was a 6th-round pick of the Colts in 2020. Spent a lot of time on the Indianapolis practice squad. Did get into some games. Here's the 1-1. Swing and a miss. Binford pulled the string. And the count now 1-2.
When such a poker face in Aaliyah Binford, I mean, she really just goes out there and very focused, very game-faced. Not a lot of emotion at all like you see in other pitchers in the circle.
1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Came back with the off-speed. Patman strikes out, and the inning is over. Oregon does not score. The Ducks leave the bases loaded. We'll go to the top of the 7th inning. Oregon is 3 outs away from advancing. They lead Ole Miss 5-2. You're listening to the Women's College World Series on the Westwood One NCAA Radio Network.
We are the PGA of America, and since 1916, our PGA of America golf professionals have loved and led this game. Our love for the game drives our coaches to help millions of golfers with their games, our operators to deliver incredible experiences, and our general managers to run any facility and business at the highest level. Our love for the game leads us to play at a high level, impact lives through PGA Reach, and develop your love for the game every day. The PGA of America, we love this game.
The DQ Sauced and Tossed Chicken Strip Baskets have more flavor than your taste buds know what to do with. We start with all white meat, breaded, seasoned, and fried to crunchy perfection. Next, we double down and toss them in honey barbecue or new buffalo sauce. Serve them up with DQ fries, Texas toast, and house-made Hidden Valley Ranch, and you've got flavor on flavor on flavor. Get the Sauced and Tossed Chicken Strip Basket in honey barbecue or new buffalo right now at DQ. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
A reminder to join us again coming up tomorrow for a Women's College World Series doubleheader. First up, Oklahoma takes on Texas at 3 p.m. Eastern. Then it'll be Texas Tech against UCLA at 7. We'll have all the action right here on most of these same Westwood One stations. You can also hear the broadcast via the Varsity Network app, the NCAA Women's College World Series app, Alexa-enabled devices, or on the Westwood One Sports app. Oregon on top of Ole Miss 5-2, top of the 7th inning. Ducks are 3 outs away from advancing. Ole Miss has 3 outs left to extend their season for another day. Lair Boutte is going to lead off against Lindsey Grine. Grine started this game for Oregon, came out with 2 outs in the 5th inning, re-entered with 1 out in the 6th. A couple of runners on base. She struck out Taylor Malvin, got Jaden Pone to pop up to left. And now she will try to finish this one off for the Ducks and move Oregon on to Sunday. They would get the loser of that Oklahoma-Texas game. Red River rivalry to start us off here tomorrow afternoon. Rematch of last year's championship series. Lair Boutte, nothing out of 2. Does have a sacrifice bunt. And the first pitch from Lindsey Grine is on the way. Swung on, line to center, a base hit. So Lair Boutte, wasting no time, jumps all over the first pitch, smashes one right back up the middle, and Ole Miss has the leadoff hitter aboard with Aaliyah Binford coming to the plate.
Well, great piece of hitting for the senior. She gets a pitch at her chest height and just tattoos it straight up the middle.
Boy, you love to see a hitter that stays in the middle of the field there, Leah, doesn't try to pull that ball and roll over on it.
Yeah, and the fact that it was high, also not trying to lift it too much because that becomes an easy pop fly out, and so she gets all of that, elevates her hands, and stays through it.
Going to get a pinch runner over at first base for Boutte. Tenley Grisham is going to run. So Grisham running over at first base. Binford, the batter, is 0 for 3. A couple of line drive outs and a ground ball to second, and she swings at the first pitch and comes up empty for strike one. Well, Binford is a player that does not get cheated on her swing. No balls and one strike. Grind fires it in. Swing and a drive hit in the air to right. Going over is Patman. It sails over her head. It's going to go to the wall. Around second, going to third is Grisham. She'll stop there. Binford into second base with a double. Ole Miss is not done yet. The tying run is coming to the plate.
And Aaliyah Binford, just a total athlete. We see what she does in the circle. She can hit. She hits this ball over right fielder Patman's head, and she has a ton of speed. I think she might have been standing on 3 had a Boutte not been in front of her.
That ball seemed to kind of take off on Patman off the bat. I think Patman thought she had it all lined up and then suddenly had to turn and run as that went over her head, took a hop on the warning track and went up against the fence.
Yeah, it kind of lifted a little bit. It's that line drive that sometimes it stays, other times it drops, and that time it elevated just a little bit. And I think the first couple steps might have been wrong by Patman, but like you said, ends up over her head.
Well, for Binford, it's a little bit of poetic justice. I mean, she has hit some balls really hard tonight and had nothing to show for it. Her first 2 times up, she lined to short and lined to center. Now she's got the double. And suddenly, here's Ole Miss with runners at second and third, and Percy Yamas is coming up. Yamas has driven in both Ole Miss runs tonight. RBI single in the first, RBI single in the fifth. She's got 55 RBIs, tied with Binford for the most ever in a single season by an Ole Miss player. And a chance to add to that total here. She's hit 10 home runs on the season. Behind her, you have Lexi Brady. Ole Miss home run leader was 17.
Well, and just to think right now, you just had Lair Boutte, a senior, Aaliyah Binford, a senior. Lexi Brady is behind Yamas, the freshman. She's a senior. The season is on the line, and these hitters are able to say, hey, we're going to do what we can and see if some way, somehow, we can find a way to erase this lead and take a win.
Home plate umpire Aaron Peterson goes out to break up the meeting in the circle. And now Percy Yamas will step to the plate. Yamas is a freshman. Her very first at-bat of the year, she came off the bench and hit a 3-run homer against Clemson. She's up with 2 on here. Grind delivers, and Yamas takes in the dirt. Ball 1. Now, Oregon has been very good closing out games. The Ducks are 48-0 this year when leading after 5 innings. They have won their last 76 games when leading after 5. Here's the windup by Grind. The 1-0 pitch coming to Yamas. High outside, 2 balls, no strikes. Now, first base is open. Grind can be careful with Yamas. If you put her on, you are putting the tying run on base and bringing the go-ahead run to the plate. 2 balls and no strikes. Here's Grind's pitch, and Yamas takes low and outside, 3-0. The safe play here, if you're Yamas, is you take. The really aggressive play is you think you might get a cookie and you swing. 3-0 pitch. Way outside, ball 4. And it did not look like Grind wanted much to do with Yamas. She'll head down to first. The tying run is on. The potential go-ahead run is coming up for Ole Miss. Bases loaded, nobody out here in this top of the 7th inning, and we're going to get a pinch runner over at first base to run for Yamas. Lexi Brady coming up, 17 home runs on the year. Ole Miss single season record. Brady had 17 home runs in her career coming into this year. And now 17 this season. Ryan Starr is the pinch runner at first base for Ole Miss. Here's the pitch to Brady. Swinging a bouncing ball. Hit on the left side of the infield. Taken to third by Flannery. She tagged the runner, dropped the ball. And I think they're going to say that the runner is out. I think they're going to say that Binford went out of the baseline to avoid the tag. The run comes in to score. It's a 5-3 game. Flannery cut that ball off. She went to tag Binford, who danced out of the way. The tag was applied, and then Flannery dropped the ball. The signal, though, from the third base umpire, Jim Bertuzzi, waving his arms, is that Binford was out of the baseline and therefore is out.
Yeah, I think the tag was applied, and then it was actually on the transfer trying to get the ball out of her glove. We'll see what they call, but just trying to then maybe make the next play, because it looked like Flannery was trying to come up after the tag and maybe throw to a bag to see if she can get another out.
Jamie Traxel is not happy, and she is arguing with Jim Bertuzzi. Now, I guess this would be my question, Leah. We've seen many times over the course of this year and the last couple of years that if a runner makes contact with the defender in the baseline, they are called out for interference. So you have a runner who says, well, I tried to avoid her. But if I try to avoid her, then I'm out of the baseline. So what do you want me to do?
No, I'm with you. I agree. I don't know that there's anything else you can do in that situation.
And I'm not saying that Jim Bertuzzi made the wrong call at all. I'm simply saying if I'm a base runner, I'm going to say, well, on one hand, if I stay in the baseline, you're going to say that I interfered. If I go out of the baseline, I'm out for that.
Yes.
So what would you like me to do in that situation? Now Jamie Traxel is talking to the home plate umpire, Aaron Peterson. Well, Traxel has had her say, and she will head back to the first base coach's box. So it will go as a put out on Binford. Grisham, the pinch runner, comes in to score. Binford is out 5 unassisted for the first out of the inning. Starr, the pinch runner, is at second base. Brady gets an RBI on the fielder's choice. 5-3 game, 2 on, 1 out. Here's Mackenzie Pickens. Now the first pitch. Swinging a high fly ball into left. Back is Kai Lushar with room, edge of the track, stumbling, makes the catch. Runners tag, they will both move up as the throw comes in to third base. 2 outs in the inning, and now Lansdale is due up. Kai Lushar had to stumble back a little bit. She was playing fairly shallow. That chased her back to the edge of the warning track, and she was able to make the catch.
Yeah, I think the speed that she had really helped her because she did have to run quite a way. The ball did hang up, but is able to come up with that. I love the base running, though. You have got to tag on that ball. Outfielder going backwards, you've got to end up, and now you have the tying run on second base.
So Brady to second, Starr over to third. 5-3 game, 2 outs here in the 7th inning. Lansdale is due. We're going to get a pinch hitter, though. And it's going to be Jamie McKay that is going to hit. So McKay representing the final hope for Ole Miss tonight. McKay is a .277 batter this year in 65 at-bats with 2 home runs and 10 RBIs. We're also going to get another pinch runner. How many players does Ole Miss have left? I think it's Addison Duke that is going to run at second base for Brady. Now, McKay has been a good pinch hitter this year. She is 4 for 7. So she will come up here with the tying run at second base. 2 outs, 5-3 Oregon. Top of the 7th inning. McKay, a right-handed batter. Grind, the right-handed pitcher. And here comes Lindsey Grind's first pitch. Outside, ball 1.
The defense playing pretty deep, especially the infield. Straight up for the outfield, but infield very, very deep, trying to keep everything on the dirt.
1 ball and no strikes. And the pitch. Swinging a line drive, left field, base hit. 1 run will score. Here comes Duke. Here's the throw, not in time. Duke dives in safely, and we are tied. Jamie McKay with a pinch hit 2-run single, and Ole Miss has knotted the game at 5.
What a response. You come in, Jamie McKay, the game on the line, the season on the line. Pinch runner, they put speed at 2 after Percy Yamas has walked, and because of how she's been hitting tonight, they stay away from her. That ends up being the tying run in this situation. You talk about clutch hitting. It doesn't get more clutch than that.
So Ole Miss has tied the game. Now the go-ahead run at first base with 2 outs. Here comes Angelina De Leon. And Lindsey Grind's pitch to her. Low, ball 1. Boy, what a rally by this Ole Miss team. The Never Say Die Rebels with 3 across here in the top of the 7th to knot it up. De Leon, a base hit her last time. The pitch from Lindsey Grind, swung on, popped up, shallow center. Second baseman Jones going out, makes the call and the catch, and the inning is over. But Ole Miss ties the game. The Rebels score 3 runs. They do it on 3 hits. There were no errors, and 1 runner left on base. We'll head for the bottom of the 7th inning. Oregon and Ole Miss tied at 5. From the Westwood One NCAA Radio Network, this is the Women's College World Series.
At Movember, we're best known for the mustache. Well, here's the thing. Men's health deserves support year-round, which is why we're more than a month, more than mustaches. All year round, we're doing more. We're delivering more research, more treatments, doing more to help men live happier, healthier, longer lives. But we need your support, because the more we can do, the more fathers, brothers, partners, sons we can protect. Movember, more than a month. Learn more at Movember.com.
Furnished by Movember.
Meet Bob Minetti.
My wife and I just celebrated 45 memorable years together. She and my daughter Katie are my anchors.
Bob and Wendy spent time fundraising for healthcare causes.
I guess I liked it so much, I decided to become a patient.
In 2016, he was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer.
I assumed that there was no hope for people with my diagnosis.
Bob participated in a clinical trial that included cutting-edge radiation therapy and surgery. He's been in remission since completion.
I'm so glad that I learned about what was possible for me.
I'm Keisha Sharp. Since losing my mother to pancreatic cancer, I've been working to ensure that everyone facing this diagnosis knows about the immense progress being made. Stand Up to Cancer and Lust Garden Foundation are working together to make every person diagnosed into a long-term survivor, like Bob. Visit pancreaticcancercollective.org.
Furnished by Stand Up to Cancer.
Bottom of the 7th inning, it's a 5-5 game. Ole Miss with 3 runs in the top of the 7th has tied the Oregon Ducks. So we go to the bottom of the 7th. Oregon needs 1 run to win. Aaliyah Binford trying to send this one to extra innings. Ole Miss is going to have to make some changes here defensively. Percy Yamas has to come out of the game. Yamas was pinch run for twice in the game, so the night is done for Yamas. So it looks like McKay, who delivered that 2-run pinch hit single, is going to take over at first base. Now, obviously, Ole Miss wants to take this game into extra innings. If we get there, though, the Rebels are going to be without their best overall hitter in Yamas. Also going to have some changes on the left side of the infield. Looks like Angelina De Leon is going to go from shortstop over to third base. And Ryan Starr, who pinch ran for Yamas, is going to stay in the game at shortstop. Binford's first pitch, swinging a ground ball right back to the circle. Picked up by Aaliyah Binford, and she throws the first for the out. One pitch retires Kaylin Jones here in the bottom of the seventh.
Wow, all these changes. It feels like just the momentum has absolutely shifted, obviously, with Ole Miss getting that tie and being here in the bottom of the seventh. I feel like all the energy is theirs.
Here's Emma Cox. She's walked twice and popped up to second base. Right-handed batter hitting at 321. Binford delivers, and the pitch is high and outside, ball one. So to reset the defense for you, for Ole Miss on the infield, third to first, it's De Leon, Starr, Pickens, and McKay. Outfield remains the same. Ponin left, Malvin in center, Butte in right. Here's the 1-0 pitch from Binford. That one's at the belt for a called strike. And the count is now 1-1. Well, the crowd has thinned out somewhat, but all the fans over behind the first base dugout, the Ole Miss faithful, are on their feet. They have been rejuvenated. The 1-1 pitch, swinging a foul tip behind the plate, 1-2. Imagine what it's been like to be an Ole Miss fan. You watch your team have a good year. They went 11-13 in SEC play. But they knocked off Florida in the SEC tournament. Then they get into the NCAA tournament. They've gone on this magical run. Those fans are enjoying themselves. Binford's pitch, swung on, slug foul, up above the first base dugout. We'll do it again at 1-2. Meanwhile, behind the third base dugout, the contingent of Oregon fans also on their feet. But at the moment, they're still a little bit stunned from what they saw in that top of the seventh inning. Jamie McKay with a 2-run pinch hit single to tie the game. Here's the windup by Binford, the 1-2 pitch, swinging a bouncer back to the circle. Picked up by Binford, throws to first, and there's two away. So Aaliyah Binford back-to-back comebackers. And she needs one more out to send this thing into extra innings.
Wow. Aaliyah Binford is just that athlete, in my opinion, that, you know, she's the one you want with the ball in her hand. What she does with the bat, what she does in the circle. I mean, really pitched so well last night against Texas Tech, and they fell 1-0.
There's Katie Flannery, who's nothing out of 3. Aaliyah Binford's pitch. Spins it off the plate outside, ball 1. 5 runs, 8 hits, 2 errors for Ole Miss. 5 runs, 9 hits, 3 errors for Oregon. Here's the wind by Binford, the 1-0. Strike on the outside corner at 68. 1 ball and 1 strike. Boy, Aaliyah Binford out there just seems unbothered, doesn't she? By everything. The 1-1 outside, and the count now 2 balls and 1 strike. The Ole Miss fans wanted that one to be strike 2. Instead, it goes the other way. Binford shows no emotion whatsoever. 2 balls and 1 strike. Binford delivers. Off the outside corner again, 3-1.
Yeah, I agree. Binford is just totally opposite of what you see is so many athletes and especially pitchers. When they do something really well, she gets a strikeout last inning, walks off, I mean, completely straight-faced.
Here's the 3-1 delivery to the plate. Swung on, line drive, right field. That's going to drop in for a base hit. Butte made a diving attempt, knocked it down. And that's actually not Butte, who was in right field. It's a base hit, a 2-out single for Katie Flannery. The Ducks have the go-ahead run aboard. And that'll bring up Maake. That's Tenley Grisham, who is in right field for Boutte. Grisham pinch ran for Boutte in the 7th inning. First pitch on the way to Maake is taken down low and outside, ball 1. Maake came on in the 3rd inning. She has grounded out to short and struck out in her 2 plate appearances since coming into the game. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Maake swings, bouncing ball on the right side. To her left is second baseman Pickens. Up with it and throws to first for the out. The inning is over, and we've got extra innings here tonight in Oklahoma City. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left. 7 innings, not enough. On to the 8th with Oregon and Ole Miss tied at 5. You're listening to the Women's College World Series on the Westwood One NCAA Radio Network.
So we ask, why call them stands if you're going to sit in them? Yes, you in the back.
Professor, it's NCAA championship season. We'll be in the stands, but are we ready?
You prepared to bring it? Wear your colors loud? Yell, shuffle, shake? Oh, you're ready. The NCAA championships. Attendance is encouraged. Passion is mandatory. Buy your seats today at ncaa.com/tickets.
With Marriott Bonvoy, take your game day rituals on the road. No matter how you show your team spirit, find a stay for your style when you explore our entire world of hotel brands and experiences. Marriott Bonvoy has a brand for every kind of fan. Marriott Bonvoy, official hotel partner of the NCAA. Explore more at marriottbonvoy.com/NCAA.
So, you want to buy a house. You could go online, do your research, find the dream listing, go see it, and get catfished. Back to the drawing board. More scheduling, more viewings, more this doesn't even look like the photos. You could finally find one that does match the photos. Then comes the offer. Stress rash? Yep, make that 3. And here's the paperwork. Yep, never-ending paperwork. It's a lot. But you don't have to do it alone. Because there's an agent who's a realtor here to guide and help protect you as you find the home that's right for you. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by you.
Extra innings here in Oklahoma City, top of the 8th inning. Oregon and Ole Miss tied at 5. Ole Miss with 9-1-2 coming up against Lindsey Grind, who will have 3 runs in that 7th inning. Ole Miss rallying to tie the game. It was an RBI ground out by Lexi Brady, and then a 2-out, 2-run pinch hit single from Jamie McKay that tied the game up. So we go on to the 8th inning. Taylor Malvin to lead off. It'll be Malvin, Pone, and then it'll be the second spot, which will either be Grisham, who stayed in defensively, or Lair Boutte if she re-enters the game. Taylor Malvin is 0 for 2 tonight. She has reached on an error and struck out. Well, Malvin will get her 3rd look at Lindsey Grind. Here's the windup and the first pitch, and that one is taken for a called strike over the outside corner, and the count is 0-1. Well, it looked like we might get extra innings last night between Oregon and UCLA. The Bruins ended the game at the bottom of the 7th. Here we go with extra innings tonight. Swing and a foul straight back by Malvin, and the count 0-2. High drama in the nightcap here on this Friday night. Again, the loser, their season is done. Here's the windup and the 0-2 pitch. And Malvin swings it to chopper on the left side. Taken to third by Flannery, and she throws to first for the out. So Malvin retired 5-3. That's how the 8th inning begins. And with 1 down, that'll bring up Jaden Pone. Pone reached on an error in the 1st inning, stole second, went to 3rd on a wild pitch, and then scored on a Yamas base hit. He's also had a bunt single, been hit by a pitch, came around to score, and flied out to left. By the way, Boutte is in the on-deck circle. First pitch on the way to Jaden Pone is taken for a ball off the outside corner. And the count 1-0. Outfield straight away, corners up close on the infield. Here's Grimes, 1-0 pitch to Pone. Low outside, 2 balls and no strikes. Jaden Pone, in case you're wondering, has just 1 home run this year. First team All-SEC selection, just the second Ole Miss player ever to be a first team All-SEC pick, joining Kylan Becker. The 2-0. Strike over the outside corner, 2-1. The SEC decides their batting champion not by your overall numbers, but by what you do only against SEC competition. Pone won the SEC batting championship. She hit .427 in league play this year. Here's Grimes, 2-1, and Pone bunts foul behind the plate. It's now 2 balls and 2 strikes.
When your lefty hitter, she just chose to bunt, but not like your typical drag bunters. She showed it late. It was more of like a sneaky type bunt. And I know that Coach Traskell talks a lot about how Aaron Earlywine has really impacted this team, as well as Bobby Buchanan offensively.
2 balls and 2 strikes, the count to Pone. Ryan ready, she rocks, she fires, and the pitch is strike 3 called over the outside corner. 67 miles an hour, Pone took it, and she is caught looking for the second out of the inning.
Well, on the outside pitch, it's the pitch that just catches the outside corner. I think Pone thought it was outside, not a strike, but I don't know. I think that's just way too close in this situation to take. That pitch a pitch you have to foul off if you don't like it.
So now Boutte will re-enter. Lara Boutte is 1 for 4. She singled to start the 7th inning. Remember, swung at the first pitch, lined a base hit into center field, and that set the table for the Ole Miss rally. Here's the first pitch from Lindsey Grimes. Swung on, line drive into center. That's a base hit. So Lara Boutte again, first pitch hacking singles into center field. And the inning continues, bringing Aaliyah Binford to the plate. Binford participated in that rally in the 7th inning with an opposite field double. Now, obviously, if you're Oregon, you don't put Binford on base and move the go-ahead run into scoring position. But remember, Percy Yamas is out of the game now. She would be due next, but she has been lifted twice. First pitch on the way to Binford. Swing and a miss. Grind went off speed, fooled Binford. And the count, no balls and 1 strike.
A little surprised we haven't seen that off-speed pitch that often tonight out of Grind. I like using it for that first pitch because we've seen Binford take some big hacks.
Here's the windup by Grind, the 0-1. Swing and a ground ball hit up the middle. The shortstop, Sadicki, to her left. Fields and flips to second for the force. And the inning is over. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 left through 7.5. Oregon and Ole Miss tied at 5. From the Westwood One NCAA Radio Network, this is the Women's College World Series.
The strength of America, our values, our way of life hasn't just been won on the battlefield. It's won every day in our communities when we come together, extending hands of compassion, service, and hope to those who need it most. For over 100 years, the American Legion has been strengthening communities across our nation by providing life-saving help and support to our veterans and neighbors during times like we're facing today. It's what the Legion's all about. From blood drives to distributing food, from responding to emergencies and protecting the most vulnerable among us. Our mission is making America's communities stronger.
We are one family, and therefore we care.
We are the American Legion, veterans strengthening America. To learn how you can help, visit legion.org.
Before I was adopted, I felt like my life was already over.
My biggest fear was that I would age out and not know how to be sufficient on my own.
At a certain age, like they don't want you, you're troubled and stuff.
The clock is ticking for the more than 125,000 kids waiting to be adopted from foster care. Help the Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption prevent them from aging out without a permanent family. Learn more at davethomasfoundation.org.
A reminder to join us again later this month for a complete play-by-play action of the 2025 Men's College World Series. We'll have every pitch, every hit, and every run, and every out live from Omaha, beginning Friday, June 13th on many of these same Westwood One stations. You can also hear the College World Series broadcasts on Alexa-enabled devices via the Varsity Network app, the NCAA Men's College World Series app, the Westwood One Sports app, or online at our website, westwoodonesports.com. Bottom of the 8th inning, 5-5 game between Ole Miss and Oregon. And the top of the order coming up, it is Kai Luchar that will lead off against Aaliyah Binford. Luchar faced Binford in the 6th inning, had an infield single to start the frame. Luchar has been on base 3 times tonight, 2 hits, reached on an error. She has scored 2 runs. So she will stand in against Binford. Infield up close, outfield way around towards left. Now the first pitch on the way. Luchar shows bunt, pulls the bat back, takes a strike over the outside corner 0-1.
These are the types of games that you are really wanting to be that home team. I think when you get to these extra innings, these close ones, you know that no matter what happens, you always have your last at bat.
No balls and 1 strike, the count to Luchar. Binford taking a long time, and now time requested by Lexi Brady behind the plate, maybe just to avoid a clock violation. The 0-1. Luchar takes very high, 1 ball and 1 strike. Now, we said it right at the top of the broadcast tonight. Maybe the biggest key to beating Oregon is keeping Kai Luchar off the bases. And that is especially true in this situation. Extra innings tie game. 1-1 pitch to the plate. Swung on, chopped foul behind the dish. And the count is now 1 ball and 2 strikes. I think Kai Luchar is one of those people who just likes to run. I mean, anytime she makes any sort of contact, she takes off.
Yeah, it's fun watching her run, especially when she's taking multiple bases. I mean, she flies.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Binford set, and here it comes. Up high outside. And it's now 2 balls and 2 strikes to Kai Luchar. Luchar has only struck out 16 times all year. She's a tough batter to strike out. She puts the ball in play, and as we've seen tonight, when she puts the ball in play, she puts all kinds of pressure on you. 2-2 to the plate. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Binford pulled the string, and for just the 17th time all year, Luchar strikes out. A huge first out for Binford.
Well, what nails to be able to throw this off-speed pitch. Starts at knee height, so it looks like it's going to be a strike, but as it comes to the strike zone, it literally is dropping beneath your bat. Wow, that's clutch pitching right there.
So a big first out, but still plenty of work to do. Here's Kedri Luchar, 443 batter. First pitch to her, swung on, hit in the air deep down the left field line in foul territory. It'll bang off the sidewall. And the count, no balls and 1 strike. Kedri Luchar with hits in each of her last 2 at-bats. She is 2 for 4 tonight with a run scored. Had an RBI last night that gave Oregon a 1-0 lead over UCLA, a game the Ducks would eventually lose 4-2. No balls and 1 strike. Binford taking a long look down at her wristband. Now the wind on the 0-1. Low, 1 ball and 1 strike. Outfield swung way around to left. Corner infielders up close, middle infielders at normal depth. 1 ball and 1 strike the counts. Here's the pitch, and Luchar swings and lifts it foul, backing out of play left side. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
I think in this situation as well, the fact that Brianna Lopez was able to go into the 5th inning and be able to pitch that, they did bring in Miley Chano, and, she did throw to a hitter, but I think then being able to go to Binford and being able to say, okay, now she came in late in the game, she was able to keep them in, and I think having that balance, we don't see as much depth necessarily from some of the other teams.
Binford bounces that one up there to Luchar to make it 2 balls and 2 strikes. Kedri back in the batter's box. Here's the pitch from Binford. Low outside, 3-2. Riley McCoy waiting in the on-deck circle for Oregon. She of the 19 home runs. 3 balls, 2 strikes. And the pitch on the way. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Binford pulled the string and strikes out Kedry Luchar. Back-to-back Ks of the Luchar sisters to start this 8th inning. And with 2 down, that'll bring up McCoy.
Aaliyah Binford showing why it is so important to have an off-speed pitch that you can sell. She throws 67 and then she's able to take about 10 miles per hour off that next pitch.
Riley McCoy tonight 1 for 2 with an RBI double. She's walked a couple of times and takes the first pitch down low for ball 1. McCoy's next home run would set an Oregon single-season record. If it comes right here, it would send the Ducks on to Sunday. The 1-0 in there for a called strike. 68 miles an hour from Binford. And it's now 1 ball and 1 strike to McCoy. If we get to a 9th inning, Ole Miss would have Ryan Starr, Lexi Brady, and Mackenzie Pickens do against Lindsey Grime. The 1-1. Way outside, 2 balls and 1 strike.
When I think in this situation, your biggest thing is not allowing the ball to leave the ballpark. Obviously, that would be a walk-off if for some reason McCoy was able to get a hold of one.
2-1. Off the outside corner, 3-1. Binford went off speed there. Ole Miss fans thought she got the outside corner. Home plate umpire Aaron Peterson disagrees. And unfortunately for the Rebel faithful, Peterson's opinion is the only one that matters. So 3 balls and 1 strike. Here it comes from Binford. Swung on, chopped foul off the foot of McCoy. And they count 3 balls and 2 strikes now. This is the 6th game of the Women's College World Series. All but 1 have been close games. Here's Binford's 3-2 pitch. Swinging a ground ball back to the circle. Taken by Binford. Flipped the first in time for the out. And the inning is over. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on base. We'll go to the 9th. Ole Miss and Oregon tied at 5. You are listening to the Women's College World Series on the Westwood One NCAA Radio Network.
Tim collects bobbleheads. A lot of bobbleheads. Baseball bobbleheads. Race car bobbleheads. Little chihuahua bobbleheads. He's got an entire room strictly for bobbleheads. Does he need them? No. Is his wife mad about it? A little. But Tim works with Empower, and he got good at money. So he can be a little bad. Ooh, horse bobblehead. Classy, Tim. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
The golf industry needs all kinds of talented people. It's full of job opportunities and career paths, both on and off the course. With golf, the possibilities are endless. Explore careers and open job opportunities today at makegolfyourcareer.org.
Furnished by the PGA.
At Napa, we've spent the last 100 years building our business into an engine that powers yours. Whether you're big or small, national or local, Napa has the automotive solutions your business needs to stay moving. And it's all driven by a nationwide network of quality parts and exceptional service on one mission: to keep your business moving full speed ahead. That's why we are the pros that know.
Napa know-how.
Top of the 9th inning here in Oklahoma City. Ole Miss 5, Oregon 5. 4, 5, and 6 coming up for the Rebels against Oregon right-hander Lindsey Grime. Grime threw 96 pitches in 5 innings last night against UCLA. She comes out here for the 9th inning at 113 pitches tonight. Now, Grime, if you weren't with us, started the ball game, pitched the first 4 2/3. She then left the game before re-entering in the 6th inning with 2 on and 1 out. She gave up the 3 runs in the 7th that sent this game to extras, and here we are now in our second extra inning in the ninth. Ryan Starr is going to lead off. This is the spot that was occupied by Percy Yamas, who was the best overall hitter on this Ole Miss team. But Yamas was pinch run for twice, including by Starr in the seventh inning, so she cannot re-enter again. Here's the first pitch to Ryan Starr, and that one is taken high and outside, ball one. Starr is a junior from New York. She's a transfer from Syracuse. This season, she has had only 24 at-bats, and in those 24 at-bats, she has 2 hits. Here's Grimes, 1-0 pitch. Starr takes a strike, and the count now 1-1. And look, Ole Miss did what they had to do to get this game into extra innings. But by doing it, you've now traded a 349 hitter for a 2-for-24 hitter. First pitch, or the next pitch rather, is rolled foul wide of the bag at third, and the count 1-2. But these are the decisions, the trade-offs that coaches have to make, and I'm sure Jamie Traxel will tell you, look, I didn't want to take Yamas out of the game, but I had to have speed out there just to tie the game up.
Yeah, it really comes down to that strategy and what you need in that moment, because their season was on the line. If they don't score that run, they don't have these extra innings.
1 ball, 2 strikes, and now the pitch. Swing and a little pop-up on the infield. Grind coming out of the circle, gives way to the catcher, Cox. And about 10 feet up the third baseline, it's Emma Cox that makes the catch. Ryan Starr taken care of for out number 1. And that'll bring up Lexi Brady, the catcher. Brady had an RBI ground out of the 7th inning to make it a 5-3 game. She was lifted for a pinch runner, but then re-entered behind the plate. Brady was 17 home runs on the year. Here's the windup by Grind. First pitch on the way. Brady checks her swing, not in time, and the count, no balls and 1 strike. Lexi Brady from South Dakota also played basketball and competed in powerlifting when she was in high school. Here's Grimes, 0-1. Swing and a foul, it backing out of play to the right, and the count, no balls and 2 strikes. Brady said she had a coach that kept bugging her to get into powerlifting, and she didn't want to do it. So they finally wore her down, but it turned out to be the COVID year. And so she did all the training, never actually got into a competition, but did all of the weight training, and she said she really feels like that helped her out. She also competed in the shot put in high school. She felt like it helped her with that. Twice she finished in the top 3 in the state in the high school shot put competition. No balls and 2 strikes. Lindsey Grind ready, and here it comes. Swing and a ground ball right back to the circle, speared by Grind, and she throws to first for the out. Well, that ball was hit pretty hard and seemingly already past Grind, but she throws her left hand out there, spears it in the webbing of her glove, and takes care of Brady for out number 2.
Yeah, she's a player that plays with so much emotion, and she extended that left glove arm so far to be able to just come up with that ball with big smiles after making that out.
So with 2 down, here's Mackenzie Pickens now. Pickens has popped to first, walked, singled, and flied to left. 5-5 game, top of the 9th inning. Grind's first pitch to Pickens. Down in the dirt, ball 1. Looking ahead to the bottom of the 9th inning. Oregon slated to have Sinicki, Patman, and Jones, 4, 5, and 6 coming up against Aaliyah Binford. Here's Grimes, 1-0. Up high, 2 balls and no strikes. You kind of get the feeling that this is Grind v. Binford from here on out until somebody blinks.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's what it's going to come down to, is just that this matchup. And to me, they both look really good right now facing these hitters.
2-0 the count to Pickens. The pitch off the outside corner, 3-0. Mackenzie Pickens does have 8 home runs this year. She's 1 for 3 tonight, had a single in the 6th inning. Grind's 3-0 pitch is right down Broadway for a strike. But now Emma Cox is down on her knees behind the plate. Did she not catch that ball? Looks like she's trying to get some dirt out of her eye. Getting a look at the replay here. The pitch was right down the middle. Well, Cox definitely caught it, but when she did, it looked like maybe some dirt flew up off of her glove and into her eye. Boy, was there dirt on the ball when she delivered it?
It looked like there was dirt. I don't know if it was kicked up from her foot, actually, that the ball actually hit almost like a little chunk of dirt.
And then sent dirt just flying. That is crazy. Three balls and 1 strike. And now the pitch. In there for a strike, 3-2. I don't know how that happened, but there was. It was like a clump of dirt flying through the air that the ball then hit and sent specks of dirt flying everywhere. 3-2 pitch to Pickens. Swinging a ground ball back to the circle, taken by Grime. Throws to first for the out, and the inning is over. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left. We played 8.5. It's a 5-5 game between Oregon and Ole Miss. From the Westwood One NCAA Radio Network, this is the Women's College World Series.
On the battlefield, there's a saying America's military men and women live by. Never leave a fallen warrior behind. Ever. Off the battlefield, Wounded Warrior Project operates with the same goal. We leave no warrior behind. Wounded Warrior Project is a non-profit organization created to help our men and women returning home with the scars of war. Whether those scars are physical or mental, we're here to make sure that they heal. And whether it's helping those with post-traumatic stress disorder live a normal life again, or giving much-needed support to injured warriors in veterans' hospitals, because no one deserves our help more than the men and women who risk their lives to keep us safe. Wounded Warrior Project. We never leave a fallen warrior behind. Ever. Learn more about what we do at woundedwarriorproject.org.
Because of you, I found the resources I needed.
Because of you, I found the right doctor.
Because of you, I'm not alone.
These are words we cherish at the Sarcoma Alliance. Each year, thousands of Americans of all ages are diagnosed with sarcoma, the rare 1% of all cancers. The Sarcoma Alliance is there during their difficult journey, providing education, guidance, and connection. Learn more at sarcomaalliance.org, sponsored by the Sarcoma Alliance.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the Westwood One NCAA Radio Network, your home for the national championships. Back in our Granger broadcast booth in Oklahoma City, along with our producer Larry Costigan, engineer Tim Parker, production assistant Drake Stenberg, and Leah Miko, I'm Ryan Radke. For the ones who get it done, Granger offers professional-grade supplies and solutions made for every industry and backed by product experts. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Bottom of the 9th inning, Oregon and Ole Miss tied at 5. Paige Sinicki will lead off against Aaliyah Binford. Crowd has thinned out significantly from where it was earlier. Paid attendance for the 2 games tonight, 12,400, a sellout. Great crowds as always here at the Women's College World Series. But as we roll into Saturday morning officially here in Oklahoma City, some of the fans have decided to head for home. First pitch on the way to Sinicki is in there for a strike, 0-1. Paige Sinicki, bunt base hit, stole second, scored a run in the first inning, doubled in the third, laid down a sacrifice bunt in the fifth, grounded into a fielder's choice in the sixth. That 6th inning at bat was against Binford. The 0-1. Off the outside corner, it's now 1 ball and 1 strike to Sinicki. Des Patman next, Kalen Jones after that. One ball and 1 strike the count. Sinicki, the shortstop, waiting patiently on Binford. The right-hander winds and deals, and the pitch is off speed, and there for a called strike, 1-2. Ole Miss and Oregon fans standing behind their respective dugouts. 1-2 pitch. Swinging a drive, hit in the air to left. Pone going over near the line is there and reaches up to make the catch for out number 1. So Paige Sinicki is retired. And here comes Des Patman. Binford is now retired 9 of the last 10 Oregon hitters. She is not going to face Patman here. Bracy Rosa is going to come up and pinch hit. Well, Patman, who has struck out each of her last 3 times up, is going to give way to Rosa.
I think you go to that in this situation, knowing the last 3 times she has struck out, not seeing it very well out of Binford's hand.
Rosa, nothing out of 6 this year as a pinch hitter. And the first pitch from Aaliyah Binford is way outside, all the way to the screen. And the count 1 ball and no strikes. Rosa for the season a .253 hitter, 20 hits and 79 at bats. She has 6 home runs, 25 RBIs. Rosa is a sophomore from Hawaii. She stepped in as the starter behind the plate this year when Emma Cox got hurt. And she really did a good job. In her run as a starter, she batted .321. 1 ball, no strikes. Here's the pitch. Strike over the outside corner, 1-1. Rosa did not get a lot of playing time last year as a freshman. Appeared in just 8 games, had only 3 at-bats. But more playing time this year with Cox getting hurt. She's up in the 9th inning, 1 out, bases empty. 5-5 game. Here's the pitch from Binford off speed and in for a strike, 1-2. But Binford has just done such a good job mixing pitches since she has come in. Looks like she did last night against Texas Tech. Here's the 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got Rosa out in front. Aaliyah Binford strikes out Bracy Rosa. And with 2 down, here comes Kalen Jones. Jones is all that stands between us and the 10th inning. Jones tonight is 1 for 4. She had an RBI base hit in the 5th inning. That came against Binford. First pitch on the way. Jones takes off speed and outside, ball 1.
And I just feel like Aaliyah Binford, to me, I think she's the reason, also a big part of why they are here, because of that last game against Arkansas. To me, that's what we're seeing, is her best come out when they've needed it the most here this part of the season.
1-0 pitch. Just off the outside corner, 2 balls and no strikes. Well, Leah Binford, one of those seniors that is winding down her career. Win or lose, Binford is going to know that she went out giving it her best. 2-0 pitch on the way. In for a strike. Off speed again at 55. And the count now 2-1.
When I feel like watching her, it's just such a reminder of like the importance if you can really sell a pitch. It doesn't seem like she does much. She's down in the zone, which I think helps. You're not allowing hitters to elevate, but then you're just mixing speeds all the time.
Swinging a high pop fly, third base side, foul territory, and that one is going to get back and out of play. 2 balls and 2 strikes now to Kalen Jones. If we have a 10th inning, Jamie McKay is scheduled to lead off for Ole Miss. She's the one that tied the game with a 2-run, 2-out pinch hit single in the 7th. 5-5 game, last of the 9th. Here's Binford's pitch. Swinging a foul straight back off the backstop. 12:08 Saturday morning here in Oklahoma City. Later today, Oklahoma, Texas. And then Texas Tech, UCLA. Leah will be here for both. Tim Parker will be here for both. we may still be here.
That's what I was thinking.
2-2 pitch. Low, 3-2.
Yeah, I tell you what, whatever team ends up falling tonight and the seniors on it that end their career here, they really are battling it out. You'd love to see leaving it on the line.
3-2 pitch on the way, swinging a foul tip. That caught a piece of Brady behind the plates. Drake will be here for both. I hope somebody has checked on Drake. He went down about 2.5 hours ago for the post-game interview, and he's been waiting down there ever since. 3 balls and 2 strikes, the count to Kaylin Jones. Just got a piece of this one, and it came back and caught Lexi Brady up on her left shoulder. Jones ready, Binford ready, 3-2 pitch. Swing and a little pop-up, third base side, over, and making the catch is De Leon in foul territory, and that will end the inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on base. We have played 9 innings and decided nothing. On to the 10th, Ole Miss and Oregon tied at 5. You're listening to the Women's College World Series on the Westwood One NCAA Radio Network.
With Marriott Bonvoy, take your game day rituals on the road. No matter how you show your team spirit, find a stay for your style when you explore our entire world of hotel brands and experiences. Marriott Bonvoy has a brand for every kind of fan. Marriott Bonvoy, official hotel partner of the NCAA. Explore more at marriottbonvoy.com/NCAA.
The NCAA Men's Final Four. Every whoop, high five, shout, and holler gets your team one step closer to the promised land. Any questions?
Professor, are we ready?
You prepare to open a can of fandom and cheer like you've never done it before? Oh, you're ready. We're cutting down some nets now. The NCAA Men's Final Four, April 4th and 6th, 2026 in Indianapolis. Apply for seats today at ncaa.com/men's final four.
Selling your home, it's one of the biggest financial decisions you'll ever make. You could go it alone, trying to navigate market trends, determine fair pricing, and tackle tricky negotiations on your own. You could second guess every decision, wondering if you're doing it right. Then there's the showings, the offers, and the mountain of paperwork. Or you could work with the expertise of a realtor, here to guide and help protect as you make your next big move. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by you.
Top of the 10th inning here in Oklahoma City. 5-5 between Ole Miss and Oregon. Latter third of the Rebels' order coming up against Lindsey Grime. Ole Miss scored 3 runs in the top of the 7th inning to tie the game. No one has scored since. Really, no one has had a scoring threat since that time. Grime and Binford, the 2 pitchers, have taken over. Jamie McKay is responsible for us getting to this point. She had a 2-out, 2-run pinch hit single in the 7th inning to tie the game at 5. And she will lead off here in the 10th. McKay, De Leon, and Malvin due up against Lindsey Grime. Grime has worked 8 1/3 innings in this game here tonight. Stacy Chambers faced 1 batter, did not get an out. Elise Sokolsky got 2 outs in her time on the mound. And McKay takes a first pitch changeup in there for a called strike. And the count 0-1. Here's the windup and the pitch to McKay. Swing on, bounce foul behind the plate. And the count, no balls and 2 strikes. Jamie McKay coming into tonight had just 18 hits on the year. She was another one that played on the U.S. Women's National Baseball team with Ashton Lansdale. 1 gold at the Pan American Games in 2019. 0-2 pitch. Swinging a ground ball foul third base side. McKay says she would like to work in a Major League Baseball front office after college is done. No balls and 2 strikes the count. Here's Lindsey Grime's pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Grime pulled the string, and McKay strikes out. One gone. Here, 10th inning. That'll bring up Angelina De Leon. De Leon is 1 for 3. A single and a walk tonight, along with a pop-up and a ground out. De Leon started her night at shortstop. She's now over at third base. Right-handed batter against the right-handed throwing Lindsey Grine. And the first pitch to De Leon is on the way. It's swung on and lifted foul out of play behind home plate. And the count is 0-1.
On Tennessee's win earlier today, every single hitter in the lineup got a hit. It was a complete and total team win. I think we could say that here as well. We see the depth, the importance of having a deep bench, but not only having them, just knowing that you can count on them when you need them.
0-1 delivery to the plate, in there for a called strike. And the count is 0-2. This is the longest game at the Women's College World Series since 2017. That memorable 17-inning affair between Florida and Oklahoma. 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Grine again went to the off speed. And De Leon with a half-hearted three-quarter swing goes down on strikes. 2 away. That'll bring up Taylor Malvin. That was in the championship series. Oklahoma ended up winning the game 7-5. They would come back and win game 2 and claim the national title over the Gators, who were looking for their third title in 4 years. First pitch on the way to Malvin is taken for a strike over the outside corner. And the count is 0-1.
Well, now we're starting to see Lindsey Grine use this off-speed pitch much more at this point in the game than she did earlier.
Here's the 0-1. Down low outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. This game has gone on so long that even Lindsey Grine might welcome a rest tomorrow. The pitcher that pitches in every single game almost for Oregon. Even she might welcome a little bit of a breather. Here's the 1-1 up high. And the count is now 2 balls and 1 strike to Taylor Malvin. Top of the 10th inning. 5-5 game. 2 outs, bases empty. Oregon will have the latter third of their order in the bottom of the 10th. Here's the 2-1. Malvin takes high, 3-1. You wonder, too, if Ole Miss could get a base runner. Will they roll the dice, try to steal a bag, something to generate some offense? Here's the 3-1 to the plate, and that catches the inside corner, strike 2. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Malvin. If she reaches, Jaden Pone, the leadoff hitter, would come to the plate. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. And the pitch. Swinging a chopper over the head of the shortstop Sinicki into shallow left center field for a base hit. Now with a slapper Malvin up there, Sinicki was playing shallow. And that one had just enough to carry him up and over the 5'2" Paige Sinicki for a base hit. And Jaden Pone will have an opportunity. But Leah, my question still stands. Now with Malvin on base, do you roll the dice? Do you put her in motion? Something to try to generate some offense. The bats have been pretty quiet.
Yeah, I feel like you might. It's hard to tell because Jaden Pone, the best hitter in this lineup right now, you might just want her to swing away.
First pitch on the way to Pone, in at the knees for a called strike, 0-1. Malvin does have 9 stolen bases this year. She is 9 out of 12. Here's the 0-1. Swinging a ground ball left side, into left field, base hit. Malvin around second. She slams on the brakes as Luchar plays it back. Back-to-back 2-out singles. Ole Miss has 2 on with 2 out, and Lair Boutte is coming up.
And I would say that she is still on first base when Grine released it.
Yeah, I think she was going. You had called that. Will they try to send her? And she was stealing on that pitch.
After review, the ruling is upheld. The runner left on time. That is Oregon's second and final challenge of the ball game.
So Oregon is out of challenges now. However, should a controversial play happen, Oregon could ask the umpires to look at a replay. And if you have watched softball, especially in the postseason, you know that it is very rare for a coach to ask umpires to look at a play and them to say no. So while you only have the 2 challenges, there is still an opportunity for replay. Here's Boutte, 2 on, 2 out. And the pitch. Off the outside corner, ball 1. Lair Boutte, her last 2 times up, swung at the first pitch and singled into center field. She is 2 for 4 tonight. Here's the windup by Grind, the 1-0. Boutte swinging a foul coming back this way. That's going to hit the netting right down beneath us. And the count now 1 ball and 1 strike. Malvin, the go-ahead run at second base. Pone, an insurance run, is at first. 1 ball and 1 strike to Lair Boutte. Grind delivers. Swung on, ground ball hit to second base. Played there by Jones. She'll flip to Sinicki at second base for the force, and the inning is over. No runs, couple of hits, no errors, and 2 left. We'll move to the bottom of the 10th inning in a 5-5 game from the Westwood One NCAA Radio Network. This is the Women's College World Series.
Braxton was diagnosed with choroid plexus carcinoma, a brain tumor. St. Jude is helping us put away our fears. We have an amazing team that fights for the best outcome for Braxton. He has the best chance here. I don't have to worry that how much is that bag of fluid going to cost me? Can I afford it to save my child's life? The donations, they're paying for me to live every day with my son, be stress-free, and enjoy every day with him. I wish there was a word bigger than thank you, more close to the heart, because thank you's not enough. They've given me hope. They've given me my son.
St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
Sweetie, want some fruit? You have to use the right tool for the job. A power drill is the wrong tool to slice fruit. Just like an antibiotic is the wrong tool to treat viruses, including colds and flu. Antibiotics are only needed for certain bacterial infections. When they aren't needed, antibiotics won't help you, and the side effects could still hurt you. Ask your healthcare professional when an antibiotic is the right tool and when it's not. Visit cdc.gov/antibiotic-use.
Last of the 10th inning, Oregon and Ole Miss tied at 5. Aaliyah Binford has set down 7 in a row. 9 of the last 10. She will face Emma Cox, Katie Flannery, and Stephanie Maake. We are rapidly approaching the 4-hour mark in this game tonight. The longest ever game at the Women's College World Series came back in 1984. It was a 6-hour and 13-minute, 25-inning game between Texas A&M and Cal Poly Pomona. That's the longest game by time and innings at the Women's College World Series. We talked about the Oklahoma-Florida game that went 17 innings. That was a 5-hour, 28-minute game. That's the second longest game ever. It's one of a couple of 17-inning games that have taken place. First pitch on the way, swinging a ground ball, hit deep in the hole at shortstop, up and off the glove of Starr, and she's got no play at first base. Emma Cox is safe. So Oregon has the winning run over at first base. Ground ball deep in the hole. Starr going to her right, tried to backhand that one. Was unable to come up with it cleanly. Even if she had, it was going to take a heck of a throw to get Emma Cox at first base.
Yeah, that ball was well in the 5-6 hole, and she was able to get her hand on it after the glove popped it up and was able to try to make a throw across, but I don't think she would have had her like you said.
Reagan Legg is going to come on and pinch run for Cox over at first base. So it'll be Legg that represents the winning run with Katie Flannery coming up. Flannery had a single against Binford in the 7th inning. Prior to that Cox base hit, Flannery was the last one to have a hit. Here's Binford's pitch. Flannery shows bunt, bunts it out in front of the plate. Picked up by the first baseman. Throw to first, thrown down the right field line. On her way to third is Leg. Around the bag, and the stop sign goes up. The throw comes in. Oregon has runners at second and third. McKay came in to field the bunt, turned and threw it down the right field line. And Ole Miss is very fortunate that Leg was only able to get to third base. Boutte backed up the play and got the ball back in quickly. But now Oregon has the winning run 60 feet away. Maaki is the batter, and Jamie Traxel is going to the circle to talk with Aaliyah Binford. It'll go as a sacrifice for Flannery. And then a throwing error on McKay.
Well, and that's what you need to do. Execution, putting the bunt down. Regardless, they were going to have a runner in scoring position. But then you put pressure on. You put the ball in motion. Make defense make a play in this extra inning game with so much pressure. And they do. They throw the ball away again.
Well, Jamie McKay was the hero in the 7th inning with her 2-run single to send it to extra innings. But a huge defensive miscue there has put Oregon on the brink. Now, Maake is the hitter. First base is open. Kai Lushar is on deck. Right now it looks like Ole Miss is going to pitch to Maake. Aaliyah Binford delivers. In there for a called strike at 67, 0-1.
And as a hitter, you're thinking right now, I've got to lift this ball. A lot of ground ball outs by Binford, but you've got to get it out of the infield.
No balls, 1 strike. The pitch. Swinging a high drive. Deep into left. It is foul. Maake hit that one a long way, but pulled it foul. And the count, no balls and 2 strikes.
Wow, the crowd was going wild as soon as she made contact. She hit that so far, but as it carried, just went foul. Gets another shot at it.
Well, now if you're Binford, you're thinking about the strikeout. 0-2 the count. The pitch. Just off the outside corner. Close pitch. And the count now 1-2.
Wow, 0-2 count too. She just misses off the plate.
1 ball, 2 strikes to Stephanie Maake. 5-5 game, last of the 10th inning. Binford gets her sign. And now time called by Lexi Brady behind the plates. Maake back in the batter's box. Binford back up on top of the pitching slab. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Runners at second and third, nobody out. And Binford again taking forever and again requests time. Well, and you know the last thing an umpire wants to do here is call a clock violation. They're probably going to give Binford some rope.
Yeah, I agree.
1-2 pitch on the way outside and low, stabbed by Brady. And the count 2 balls and 2 strikes to Maake. Oregon needs 1 run to move on to Sunday. The 2-2 pitch. Way high and outside, 3-2. And Binford, for one of the first times, showing a little frustration. She also kind of grabbed at her side after she delivered that pitch.
Well, now you do wonder, 3-2 count. You do want to be careful. You still have first base open.
Here's Binford's payoff pitch. Swinging a bouncer, back to the circle. Binford has it. Looks at third, throws to third. The tag in time, and they get Reagan Legg, the pinch runner. Leah, she was in no man's land. A bouncer back to Binford. Legg got herself caught up between home and third. Binford did exactly the right thing. Waited for her to make a decision, threw to third base, and the tag applied by De Leon.
Well, and this is why Binford, just is that player that you can count on, because she stays under control and she dumps it off to third baseman De Leon. Perfect tag. What a defensive play.
Now Kai Lushar, and the pitch to her is a little bit high. 1 ball and no strikes. And unlike the play that you saw last night in the Texas Tech game, De Leon did a good job making sure she did not obstruct the runner coming back to third base.
Well, it's good timing on when she dumped that ball.
1-0 pitch to Lushar, swinging a high chop towards short, taken there, throw to first, is not in time. Everybody is safe and the bases are loaded. And again, really nothing that Ole Miss could do. Starr charged that ball, got it, had a quick release to first, but the speed of Kai Lushar beat it out, and the bases are loaded with Kedri Lushar coming to the plate.
Yeah, she didn't play that ball bad. You do wonder, with De Leon at short, would she have done something different? We know defense has been shifted because of the substitutions in this game.
So here is Kedri Lushar. Bases loaded, 1 out. 5-5 game, last of the 10th. Here's the pitch. Off the outside corner and low, ball 1. Katie Flannery now represents the winning run at third base. And time called. Looks like Oregon is going to bring in a pinch runner. So Presley Lawton is going to pinch run for Flannery at third base. Oh, interesting move there by the Ducks, doing it after the first pitch. So it is Lawton who now represents the winning run. Lawton at third. 1 ball and no strikes to Kedri Lushar, who's had 2 hits tonight. The pitch, down low outside, 2 balls and no strikes.
You got to remember, now you have speed at the plate, speed on first, and now with that substitution, speed at both corners.
Infield is in, outfield swung around towards left. 2 balls and no strikes to Kedri Lushar. The pitch from Binford, swinging a line drive down the left field line, but foul. And the count, 2 balls and 1 strike. Kedri Lushar with 62 runs batted in on the season. Trying to win the game for the Oregon Ducks and send them on to Sunday. Two balls and 1 strike the count. And the pitch. Low outside, 3-1. Well, now Binford is really backed into a corner. 1 more of those and Oregon will get the winning run on a walk. 3 balls, 1 strike, 1 out. Binford ready. And the pitch. Low outside, ball 4, and the game is over. Presley Lawton will trot in from third base with the winning run. And in 10 innings, the Oregon Ducks beat Ole Miss by a score of 6-5. Oregon will move on to Sunday. Their season will continue. And meanwhile, for Ole Miss, an unbelievable, magical run comes to an end with an extra inning defeat here in Oklahoma City tonight. The final in 10, Oregon 6, Ole Miss 5, and the Oregon Ducks will play on here at the Women's College World Series.
So much heart from both of these teams. You hate to see Aaliyah Binford, the senior, end the game that way with that walk to bring in the winning run for the Ducks, but you knew this battle was going to come down to just that one pitch, that one moment. And right there was just the at-bat, the push by Kedri Lushar to take that ball 4. And, you know, hats off to Ole Miss, the seniors that they had in this program, and the Ducks, they'll get to continue.
Now Aaliyah Binford, who has been so stoic throughout everything over these last couple of weeks, has the emotion beginning to pour out of her. Binford was embraced by a couple of her teammates, and as the handshake line began, Binford tried to get involved and instead is just doubled over now in tears. Many of the Oregon Ducks came over to congratulate her on a great effort. Speaking of great efforts, Oregon right-hander Lindsey Grind joins us from downstairs. Lindsey, congratulations. Unbelievable game to watch. Tell us what it was like to be a part of it.
Gosh, I mean, to have the opportunity to be in this scenario with my teammates, I'm just so incredibly blessed and thankful. Yeah, I mean, I can't ask for a better night and a better way to spend a World Series game with my teammates. I love them to death, and this was absolutely a team win, and all 23 of us pulled through. So.
Well, after that 7th inning, when the game was tied and you guys went into extras, it seems almost like you took it into another gear. Was there a different mindset that you had as you went into those extra innings?
Gosh, I mean, today wasn't the day for our seniors to hang up their cleats, and it wasn't the day for version 7 to be done. You know, that's another day long down the road. So, yeah, I just wanted to compete for another day and another game with my teammates.
Lindsey, you pitch in absolutely every game, but even you might enjoy a day off tomorrow, you think?
Gosh, I mean, I'm not even thinking about tomorrow. I'm just so caught up in right now. But yeah, I think this group will benefit from a little bit of rest and a little bit of R&R.
Go get off your feet. Enjoy some time off. We'll see you on Sunday. Thanks very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Lindsey Grind, Oregon right-hander. She ends up as the winning pitcher tonight. A wild game between Oregon and Ole Miss. The Ducks come out on top in 10 innings. Oregon beats Ole Miss by a score of 6-5. Time for Leah Amico to select the player of the game, sponsored by Wendy's. The Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag is the best deal in fast food for a lot of reasons, some of which include a JBC, 4-piece nugs, junior fries, and a small soft drink. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's. U.S. price and participation may vary. All right, Leah, who do you like as the player of the game?
I am going to go to Lindsey Grind. To me, I think that she was able, after giving up those 3 runs in the 7th, and it was a tie ball game, she kept them in until they found